don't remember how to do any of this. I'm like so nervous. Hello. Hello. Oh, this is so sweet. I'm gonna have emotions. I knew I was gonna have emotions. This is why I was, it's fine. Hi. Hello.
I'll support you.
I remember how to Kara at least. That's the one good thing that I can always rely on. I remember how to Kara. Hello. How are you guys? How is the whoa? Whoa! Whoa. Oh man, I'm having a lot of emotions right now and I'm like, hang on, how do I even process all of these at once? This is a lot. Hi, oh god, what do I do? I have to, oh my god. Okay, hang on, sorry, hang on. I'm like, oh man, okay. No, it's okay, I got this. I can think fast again. I'm used to this, I can do this again. I can do this again. Hi, thank you. I remember how to do this, it's fine. Hello, thank you guys so much for the very warm welcome. So far, I will thank you all one by one as in the old days of yore.
I'll support you.
So starting at the beginning, Harvest, thank you for resubscribing as a tier 2 subscriber, and Alacritus Alchemist, welcome back to the fold. Emmy as well, thank you for the same thing, Alacritus Alchemists, welcome back. And then Cobalt Custard as well, ooh, and congrats on your 2-year sub. Welcome back to the fold, Cobalt. And Jacob and Zach, thank you both for resubscribing as well, very profusely. And Chip, and Void Gender, oh you guys, hi, oh god, it's fine. Thank you guys for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. I feel like, it's fine. How have you guys been, by the way? Let's like actually talk in between while I'm doing this. How have you guys been? We could talk about me later. We can talk about me later. Let's talk about you guys right now. Elemental 2. Thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold for your 1-year anniversary. Well done. And then Scarlet Rosea, thank you for resubscribing as well as an Alacritus Alchemist. Welcome back to the fold. This is already a big party. Yeah. Yeah, right? Oh, just got your first vaccine dose. Oh, congratulations. I hope that it's a nice, easy, gentle side effect situation for you. That's what I hope. Mainly been procrastinating. The new flat is amazing. You feel so much more creative. Ooh, I'd love to see photos. I'd super love to see photos of that. I think that my alerts thing is behind because it's showing things that are happening, but I like cannot see them. It's fine. It's broken. My alert system is broken, I think.
I'll support you.
Second dose in the books as of today, another step toward being able to hug your family. That's so great. My second dose is next Monday, so all I'm saying is don't expect another stream on next Tuesday. I'm anticipating probably a later in the week stream if my second dose is on Monday. I'm just anticipating that's not going to go very well for me. You got the 1 dose before it got pulled, but at least that is done. And the 1 dose for, if you get the Pfizer or the Moderna, the 1 dose like offers at least like some more substantial protection than some of the other, like the China's vaccine, you only get 10% protection after the first dose, whereas at least with Moderna, we know you get maybe around 80%, so like, at least that's something. Ugh. Ugh. Hang on! I forgot to keep thinking! Ah. Hey, we passed the level 5 hype train! We did. Well, it's been, how long has it been? Like 3 minutes or something? How long has it been? It's been 12 minutes and we've hit level 5 on the hype train. How are you guys feeling out there tonight? Casual 128% with only a minute left. It's fine. It's fine. The hype train goes beyond 5. Thank you, SPC. I'm sorry, I need to go back and keep thanking you guys. I'm so bad at this now. I gotta get back in the swing of things. Boy Gender, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. Elemental, Scarlet Rosea, I thanked you guys already. And then DB and Chase, thank you for the 100 biddies, letting the bit pony ride. Bully Birdie, you're at a year and a half. Congratulations. Thanks for resubscribing. And thank you for the 500 biddies retro and for resubscribing Connor. And Space Mountain as well. Thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. There we go. Everybody show off your emotes. If you got an emote, I got a new emote. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, choo choo. Mother heckers. And then Malia Kaizen GT. Oh, it's DJ. Oh, okay. Hey, DJ, or should I call you Melia now? Thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. Congratulations on your 1 year as well. Much appreciated. And then Harvest gifted 20 subs to the community there for a second. So welcome to the fold. Elu, Wonkith, MD Soul Eater, Tiger Nightmare, Liam, Lethar, Volumes, Roni, Victorious, Victorio Fall, Phoenix Gray, Danny McGee, Baba Dodo, It's Casey Time, Ulfgrim Reneth, Zombies on Ice, Mages, Protect Angus, Llama Dance, and Jared the Great. Welcome to the fold, everyone. Harvest, thank you. That is very generous of you. Thank you. And then McFloofers also has resubscribed for another year. Wow, so many of you guys get your 1 year anniversaries on the same day. Welcome back to the fold. Thank you for coming back on in. And then, let's see, I think I got it. I think we're almost done. Space, thank you for the 100 biddies as well. Oh, Jenna, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. Jenna, I want you to know that your pumpkin plushie that you knitted me a long time ago has been of great comfort to me. I've been cuddling it a lot in the last month, so thank you for that. Once over again. Super busy with the cooking thing for a film thing, but you gotta do this before you get. Oh no, SBC, I hope you were still around for me to thank you. Also though, go do your cooking thing. Good luck. I hope you win. You make a delicious food. That's probably what. Wait, if it's for a film thing, I hope you make a pretty food.
I'll support you.
I hope you accomplish your goals. SPC, thank you for the 20 subs as well. So welcome back to the fold. G. Liam, Emre Bastug, Red Hat Eloise, Too Spooked for Me, DB, Lady Red Skirts, Truly Terrible Gamers, Tiawia Games, LEOSB, Space Candy, Adelden, Shut Up Sprinkles, Wintersturm, Shabaniel, The Lilytron, Quack Quack, I'm a Snack, Razorleaf, Albel Fanatic, and Born in Blood. The music is a little higher. Oh, okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm so far behind. I will make the music slightly quieter. Hopefully that works. Hopefully that's a little bit better. Hi! I'm so far behind on the chat, but it's okay. I think I caught up.
I'll support you.
You got the frog and I got the... Meanwhile, my my alerts are still going off like this. They're still working on it. 26 months. 26 Savage. Lauren, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. Okay. Okay, I think we got there, except from what I can see, there's more people doing more alerts. There we go, I missed some. That's what it was. Nat Merrick, thank you for resubscribing, and Markichin as well. A 6-month gift sub courtesy of Dawn has entered month 2. Dang. Thank you for resubscribing, Markichin as well as Dawn. I hope I didn't miss anybody, but if I did, I apologize. I'm not used to this overload of information anymore. Oh, and thanks for the 69 biddy space. It was a lot of work just catching up to chat. You are correct. Yes. Hi. Hi. Now that I was like nervous about this all morning. Not because like I expected the stream to go poorly or I expected anybody to be mean. I was just like, oh, I don't know. It's a big... Ooh, I don't know, I just... I built it up in my head, I guess, over the course of the past month because I haven't been feeling too cheerful. So that's why. A very busy time to pop in, hot damn. It's the I'm back stream, so it is a very busy stream, yeah. Longive, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. A pretty mean bunch. I know, you can't trust anyone around here. We all love you here. Thank you. I want to say, oh, it vanished. There we go. It's catching up. They'll get here. These alerts will get here. They'll come in. They'll keep coming in. Alerts are super delayed. It was the alerts couldn't keep up with the onslaught that you guys brought in, to be frank. I think that's what happened. But yeah, I wanted to say thank you to everyone. This is gonna be hard for me to not get emotional about, but thank you for like your patience over the last month, and also continued patience over this month as I'm gonna be easing back into streaming, just trying to make sure that everything goes okay, because I'm like still in a little bit of a strange headspace, but feeling a lot better than I was last month. We'll put it that way. So thank you guys so much for
I'll support
your patience, and also for like giving me that space and not like pressuring me and not making me feel bad or anything, and instead actually just like supporting and validating my need to take time away. I not only really appreciate it, but recognize how extraordinarily lucky I am that this gets to be my experience on Twitch. I don't know if you guys are aware. I don't know if you guys are aware of how lucky a streamer I am, that you guys are so nice to me. But I am very lucky, and I am aware of that, so thank you. The goblin chat.
Kapow? Can I still do the Kapow voice, Kapow? I hope so, Kapow.
10.5 foot pole. Space is fine. 6 feet of space, please, at all times. Hey! Thank you, Ube. I'm doing all right. There's still ups and downs. There's still ups and downs, but I'm doing much better than I was last month. And I knew that I was like the reason I was like nervous about getting back into streaming is that I knew at least the very first stream was gonna be a little bit emotional for me. So I was just really nervous. I was like, oh god, I hope I don't cry the whole time. Been watching some GTA stream. Oh boy, there's a little bit. Really? In the GTA community? There's a difference? I don't know about that. That seems strange. I see. Hey, I mean, the conscious efforts worked out and kind people came in. I'm lucky that the kind people came. I'm lucky that y'all came. And that we've been able to keep ne'er-do-wells. You know all those ne'er-do-wells sitting around in a group around a stone table, sipping their tea made of mud and lost hopes, those ne'er-do-wells. 6 feet of space. How did I guess your height? You know, I keep it all up in here. But you're in charge of you, not us. It's very fair, but you see it all the time. You see it all the time with streamers where people feel somewhat entitled to tell online personalities in general, I guess, what you're allowed to talk about and like when you're allowed to take a break. And like, some people take the giving donations thing as like, I'm your boss now. Like, some people do that. So instead of seeing it as a voluntary gift, they see it as a now you owe me. And so it can get a little weird out there. But yikes, not that. Not that here. Why was I gone? Was it work or other personal? Yes, I can. Oh, the crown! The crown has arrived. Yes, I can talk about that. I don't think I'll cry or anything. But, so, we've got the crown and we must keep our queenly mien. We must keep our queenly mien as we venture forth. The blur effect on my like camera software blurs out the camera, but I did figure out how to get my camera to not constantly refocus, so you won't have to be seeing that much of my hands anymore. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Parasocial relationships do get weird fast. They really do. They don't last long in this community if they're like, they really don't, because I'm just gonna sass them. That's what happens. The Minecraft players, Hermitcraft. What is Hermitcraft? What does that mean? More blur is more magic. There you go. I also miraculously came onto the stream without having all of my water prepared, so I need to go get some because lots of you are helping me drink water. Yeah, the power of the crown is too much is also what it is. Sad about the hand cam. I guess I can show you my hand whenever you want. I can show you my double jointed thumb. Sorry if that freaks some of you out. But yeah, so what happened last month is that on the day of our 4-year stream anniversary, haha, unfortunate timing, Pumpkin passed away. So that sucked a lot. And I took the entire rest of the month off from streaming and not actually game dev work. I took some time off from game dev work, but I went back into that before I went back into streaming. So yeah. Hey Dawn, hey! Thank you for resubscribing as an Alacritus Alchemist. Welcome back to the fold. And Lily! Thank you for resubscribing, Lily, on behalf of Dawn. Thank you.
I'll support you.
Yeah. I agree. I agree. It is very sad, and I know that it's also going to be sad for other members of the Fold community. So I think that eventually I'll probably want to do something to memorialize, probably with the anniversary stream, honestly. I think that's so the anniversary stream is not going to be happening for a little while, and I think because of the timing, like my brain is just like, my brain has associated the two events, and so I think it's gonna take me, whoa! Oh. Thank you, Dawn. Thank you. Thank you, Dawn. Thank you, everyone. This is I'm trying to contain it. I'm trying to contain it this whole stream. Thank you, Dawn. I appreciate that. I'm gonna make you, I'm gonna make you and us cry with pumpkin memories. Maybe. Yeah, now is probably not the time, because I think that it would, like, I mean, if we do a memorial stream, no matter what, it's gonna be sad. So maybe, who knows about that, but for sure, at least the anniversary stream is gonna be a little bit harder for me to celebrate, at least for the time being. So the anniversary stream will be postponed indefinitely, but we will have it. It's just like, I have no idea when my emotions are gonna be like, you know, I have no idea when I'm gonna be prepared for the emotional highs and lows of what that is gonna be the anniversary stream. Rianku, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. Just need a little more time to get ready for all of the tears. Oh my god. But one thing that would be fun about a stream that's gonna be exclusively about Pumpkin is that I get to go through my phone and I get to show you guys a bunch of like videos and photos. And like I get to share memories. So so hopefully that would be enjoyable. I assume a stream all about cats. So that would be fun. But yeah, so maybe someday I will do that, and I will also warn you guys when that, if we do that, I'll warn you guys when that's about to happen, since I know that other people might also not be in the space to do that without being like warned in advance. So don't worry, I'll warn you. Aw. Thank you for letting Pumpkin prance, Zach. Eventually we can celebrate her in life, and we can celebrate her life now a little bit. It's yeah, we can do that. As you can tell, I'm gonna be keeping at least for the time being. I don't know if like maybe eventually I want to replace them, but the like BRB pumpkin, the pumpkin alerts that we already have, I'm gonna, and like the emotes, gonna keep them. It's not the kind of thing we're seeing that is gonna make me sad in a bad way, you know? So it's hard to explain because Pumpkin was a big part of this stream for me, despite the fact that she was not really, I mean, she was a focus of the stream because I made her a focus of the stream, not because she came on camera that often. She didn't like cameras, actually. She would like, when you pulled out your phone to record her, she would be like, there's a camera, I'm leaving. So, so yeah, you'd absolutely love that. May the 4th be with you too, Dawn. One of those things that will feel scary until we do it. Probably. It's one of those things where like I get uncomfortable being sad in front of other people, but I'm sure that when I actually do it, it's gonna be very liberating. Like it's gonna be great, but until I do it, I'm gonna be like, don't let it out, Kara. She meant a lot to you guys in connection as well. That's very fair. that's very fair. But yeah, so those are the updates there. As far as the updates for like the general stream though, I mentioned this on the Discord, but I'm going to be easing back into streaming, so when I feel up to it, I'll stream, but generally it's gonna be like 1 to 2 streams a week for the time being, like taking it at, like playing it by ear, because I'm just trying to, what is the word? I'm trying to make sure that I continue to give myself space and that I don't like overwork as a method to avoid my problems. because I might have a tendency to do that. Maybe, I don't know. I don't think it's that obvious, but I might do that a little. So. Oh, it's a reunion! Don't push myself and get burnt out. What? No. I know, Chip. You've never heard of anybody doing that. Never. What? Me? No. What? Wild. I don't know what you're talking about, any of you. Here, I'm gonna go get some additional water so that I can take all of the drinks. BRB. I've never met a single person in all of my life. Everyone I know is deeply relaxed. Very calm. Everybody that I know has adequate time for their hobbies, and doesn't get stressed out by things like going to the grocery store because there's just so much time to fill. You know what I mean? Seems like lies. Cheers. I think how many people have told me to drink water during this already? They're ooh. There's one for Roni. Cheers. Stop calling you out. Hey, I don't know a single person who doesn't get stressed by going to the grocery store. Aw, cheers, Emmy. And Dawn. And also Rienku. Hopefully that's everyone. If that's not everyone, girl, girl, my notifications are a cluster. They are a mess. I hope that's everybody. I tried my best. So yeah, I think that's all of the updates. I think I can stop giving updates, except, well, I guess I did a couple of panels in the interim, so if you are interested in like game design and narrative design and games dialogue writing specifically, links to those will be on those panels will be on my website. I think the one that is not up there is the panel that I did for the Writers Guild of Great Britain, which I failed to warn anyone about that was happening, but I spoke for the Video Game Festival for the Writers Guild of Great Britain, and it was kind of it was kind of a whole deal. So 65.2k channel points. We could all drink. It sounds very yeah. I will say this isn't gonna look good, but I don't think I realized how official that was until after, which is great for me because I wasn't nervous going in, and then afterwards I was like, maybe I should have been. Whoops. You used to not get stressed going to the grocery store, and now you're trying to get less stressed going to the grocery store. Imagine like 3 years from now when we can all just like, can you imagine when we go back to the grocery, like when we're like hanging out with friends and we're like, oh my god, LOL, let's go to Safeway and get some snacks before we watch our movie or whatever. Can you imagine when like we're back there as a world? It seems so alien, yet it was so recent that things were like that. 39.1 to spend on water. I guess you're gonna die of thirst. I don't know what else to tell you, Space. Going to the grocery store in my flying car, fully protected from disease. A distant dream. And yet, at least for those of us in the US, it seems to be a dream that will slowly become a reality again. Everybody get vaccinated if you haven't, please. You've never been in a Safeway, so you cannot imagine it. It's just like an Albertsons. Is that what you folks have up there? It's just like Albertsons and Hy-Vee. I'm like, I don't know what's in Canada. Hello, Soft Sheep. That's so unhygienic. The video was from 2018.
Kupel? Isn't that weird, Kupel?
There's gonna be so many things that we're uncomfortable doing with other, like, it's like, ew, don't touch me. Which is gonna be great for me because I don't like being touched by people. Like, I'm just like, I'm that friend who I'm like, ha ha ha, it's nice to see you, don't hug me. Like, it takes a while for me to get to the point where I'm like, I will hug this person. Hugs are comforting, I like this. I'm just a person who's like, don't touch me. Don't touch me until I'm sure that you're my friend kind of thing. I've got to get through my barriers before I want hugs. And so it's going to be very beneficial for me because I'm just going to be like, oh no, don't touch me, it's COVID. No, don't touch me. Yeah. Hey, Boys to the Max. I haven't tried playing new Pokemon Snap yet. I'm really looking forward to when I do get to play it, and I'm probably going to stream it, I think. But yeah, haven't played it yet. I've heard that it's good. But I've also been off of Twitter. Good decision. Good decision. Probably not gonna go back on. So, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. You don't mind things the way they are now. Contactless delivery is a godsend. That's fair. You've at least heard of Safeway. Well, that's a thing. You have Albertsons in Texas. Wait, then what grocery store do you have in Canada? Your second dose on Sunday? Blah. Yeah, I'm really excited to get my second dose, even though judging from how it went when I got my first dose of the vaccine, and keep in mind I've got like a terrible body, so like I knew it was gonna be rough, and it wasn't that rough. It was actually way tamer than I thought it would be. But the thing that was weird for me was that I had a bunch of symptoms immediately, and then as the week went on, I had like lingering symptoms that were like I had a fever, a low-grade fever, but only later in the week and stuff like that. That's why I'm like, I see, when I get this second vaccine dose, I might as well just anticipate that I might not be around the entire week just in case, because maybe it'll be fine. And also there's other like people that I know who have celiac/autoimmune diseases, and for some of them they were out for like a full week. So we'll see how it goes, but I'm very excited to get my second dose. I'm very actually excited about that. I don't even mind if it's a rough go. Not very touchy-feely unless you know you well, and even then you're not the most physically affectionate. Same, yeah, it's just not a thing that I was raised with, so it's like it's an odd, I guess it's like I guess it just takes me a while to be able to interpret it as affection because I'm just not used to physical affection at all. I'm used to receiving affection in other ways. It's like 10 other people, right? No more passing joint, no more puff puff pass in 2021. No more puff puff pass ever. Like, bring your own weed is what it's. No more sharing drinks, which I really didn't like sharing drinks. Like, it was the kind of thing where, like, my mom likes sharing drinks and I don't like sharing drinks, so my mom would grab my drink and drink them, and I would be like, ew, it's contaminated, and she would be like, you came from inside my body, though, and I'm like, it's not the same. So I'm just like, I have my personal space, and it's like a 5-yard, it's a 5-yard field, don't enter it. You still haven't mentally gotten to that I'm vaccinated, I can go do things point yet. I'm not fully there, although I am. I'm gonna tell you guys this, and I feel a little bit weird about it still, even though I have my first dose and, like, there's safety measures in effect, so it's fine. And also, I kind of need to go do this because if I don't, I might risk losing all of my hair. So I'm going to get a haircut tomorrow because my split ends have gotten so bad that I think that they might, like, I think I might actually have to chop off a decent amount of length, and I'm hoping that I'm wrong. I'm hoping that I just don't know anything actually about hair and that actually I can keep my length and it'll be fine. But, like, split ends, when you get them in your hair, they travel up it, and so if you don't, like, take care of the problem, then they'll keep going up, and the only way to fix it is to cut off the hair. So I'm going to get my hair cut for the first time in actually, like, 2 years or something, tomorrow, and I'm hoping that that's not gonna, I'm hoping that A, everything's gonna be safe, and B, everything is gonna be safe, and C, I get to keep my hair. You got a haircut today? Nice. It is quite a while. That's why I'm so worried. It's fine. I love my long hair. I'd like to keep it, but if I have to cut off all my hair for health, I guess I'll do it. I bet I hopefully, who knows? We'll see. We'll see. Either I'll come back and it'll be very obviously different, or I'll come back and you won't notice anything at all. And which one's the better decision? Who knows? You don't think I've ever gotten my hair cut since I've known you? I definitely have, because I referred you to the hair stylist that I used initially when you first moved here. Well, but then maybe I didn't get a haircut after you moved here. I don't trust hairstylists. It's fine. Took a drink out of your drink once when you were driving. You poured the Pepsi out of the window. You couldn't drink it anymore. Yeah, it's not a thing. I guess that's Stuart drink now. Then people are like, hey, can you try that? You're like, no. Yeah. And especially not straight. Like, stay away from my food if you're a stranger. Like, don't touch my food. Don't come between me and my food. I will mess you up. Like, seriously though? Like, if you see me at a party, stay away from my food. Like, if you see me eating, don't take my food. I will fuck you up. I'm sorry. Very intense. Oh, Kroger. Yes, vaccination is very, very, very worth it. Oh, it's rougher the better your immune system is? Oh my god. Okay, well maybe I will escape. Barons? That feels like a very Canadian. The robber barons. I mean, the regular baron, the grocery barons. Being vaccinated makes very little difference at this moment. That is quite fair. I don't need your saliva, thanks. That's how I feel. That's how I feel. Yeah, even when fully vaccinated, there are still risks. Yeah, so I've been not going outside for any reason previously. Now that the study of Moderna says that my immunity, which I'm assuming my immunity is lower because I have a weaker immune system. So 80% if you have like a healthy optimal immune system. So I'm imagining mine's maybe like 60%, 70%. But yeah, So since then, since getting this shot, I've been like going to the doctor more, which is hilarious. I'm like, cool, I can venture out and explore the universe. I'm gonna go get an appointment with my nutritionist. Like other people are like, I want to go to the movies, and I'm like, I can go see the doctor now. So, but I guess the haircut is like the most frivolous thing that I'm doing now that I have one vaccination. We went from about my length to chin length. Yeah. I don't know, I might do that. Pixie cut? Either it's cute or a big oof. I've had a pixie cut in the past when I was younger, except so here's the thing. Here's some tea that I learned recently while I was like trying to learn about my hair and how to take care of it. Apparently, so like I've mentioned before that I had straight hair when I was a kid, and then I cut it all off to have a pixie cut and it came back curly. Apparently, if you have curly hair and you treat it like it's straight hair, it will lose its ability to maintain any kind of curl even though it's not straight hair. So it will appear as like basically perpetually messy, straightish, wavy-ish hair, which is definitely what I had, because like it was the kind of thing where like I would brush my hair and then like go downstairs and my mom would be like, your hair is a mess, go brush it. And I was like, I just did. That's definitely what was going on. I think I might have had curly hair the whole time, but my mom, bless her heart, is white and didn't know how to do it. So, but yeah, I've had a pixie cut before, but I just had no idea how to take care of it because I didn't know what to do with like new curly hair pixie cut. Like I was just like, what is this? I don't even know. Who the hell messes with people's food? People who lack proper boundaries. People who lack appropriate boundaries. That is the answer. Yes. Yes, we're a pro-vaccine channel, although if anyone has any concerns about the vaccine, I would be glad to talk to you about them, just because, like, my personality type is the type to, like, really deeply research literally anything at all times. That's, like, what I do for fun in my spare time, is just go down intense rabbit holes researching different issues. So, surprisingly, I've gained a lot of knowledge about the science behind the vaccines and how the CDC updates things and all that kind of stuff. So, if anybody is like worried and wants those questions answered, I can do that. Or you could also like Google it and go talk to a real doctor and go like read an article by a real doctor. That too. Welcome back, Emmy. You love movies, you miss them? Apparently, if you're fully vaccinated, you're allowed to go to movie theaters again. Still wearing a mask, but you can go to movie theaters and like not worry. And that's just like, whoa, I have no idea when I am going to feel comfortable going back to a movie theater. Like that is like, just like, when is the question? You really just want to go to the gym. That's fair. There are so many more resources than when I was a kid. Even than when I was like 15 trying to figure out my hair, there's so many more resources now. Yeah, ask questions, it's how we all learn. Or an indoor concert. Ooh, yeah. Gosh. You went to the gym and it was packed? I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was with the people in Seattle. People in Seattle are some physically fit people. Particularly in a timely fashion. Also for older people, similar to compromised immune systems. Which is why you haven't gone in them. Yeah, there's not really like super upheld social distancing at the gyms here, from what I understand at least. No. Science. I just want people to love science again. Your country is only doing older people still. Well, it is good that the older people are getting protected. I am sorry, yeah. Hopefully... man, I just hope that this... I have so many hopes, honestly. I have so many hopes for the future of this earth. And that was one of the things I was doing while I was gone for a month, is like constructing my dreams for the future of the earth. It was kind of healing, actually, to be able to be like, oh wow, I have hopes and dreams for the world. That's nice. Like, instead of just being like, everything's gonna blow up and I don't want to think about it. I'm like, hopes and dreams. It's a bold choice, I know, to have hopes and dreams. But yeah, I hope that we can, as a globe, come together to get through this relatively quickly. Despite everything. You're not working out in a mask and not fully vaxxed. Yeah. Anything that's like even remotely normal, close to like normalcy in regular life, I'm not gonna be, even fully vaccinated, I'm not gonna be doing any of that stuff until like until I see the number, until basically I see like the number of vaccinated adults in Washington hits like 50 or 60% fully vaccinated, that's gonna be like my like, maybe I can go outside. And even then I think I'm gonna feel really uncomfortable about it forever. I think I'm just gonna feel uncomfortable about it for a long time, but like that will be the point at which if I want to, I can go do things. I just kind of can't really think of anything that I would want to go do because all of it would stress me out. You know what I mean? I'm sure you do. Aww. Yeah, textured hair is a huge chore. It's a huge chore. Textured hair can be a huge chore. I just still need to go back and buy more products, and I haven't yet. I need a different hair bonnet because the hair bonnet that I got falls off my head. I need a hair scarf, but I need to find a hair scarf that's actual real silk and not fake silk. So how do you do that? It's a good question. How do you do that when you're on Amazon where all of the silk is fake? And how do you know whether you're paying $50 for real silk or even faker silk? It's a whole thing. So, up to 45 and older, so at some point it will be our turn. Gyms would be fine if people wore masks and distanced. Well, and even like with masks get less effective if either the mask gets moist or if like you're breathing really heavily, because then it's less likely that all of the air will filter through the mask. Some of it might spill out, you know? So yeah, gyms are, well, it's not like I can even go to the gym, so why would I care? Oh, good for you for quitting, Emmy, honestly. Sorry, I fell behind the chat. I'm reading. How do you get some of those? Oh, hopes and dreams. Honestly, as far as I know that was a sarcastic question, but I think it's just like, you gotta feel comfortable enough being vulnerable enough to have those hopes and dreams, even knowing that we're still at a point where it could potentially, like, where you might get a little hurt by the outcomes of things that you didn't want, obviously. But it takes some amount of vulnerability to be able to have hope, period. In the world, like, you need to open yourself up to disappointment in order to have hope in the world. Which is, sorry, I've been thinking about lots of like mass society issues recently. There's been like a lot of different ways that things are popping up in my life that are like reflective of larger social trends, and I've spent like the entire past month cooped up and thinking, but in a good way about many different topics. But just like, I'm a thinker. I'm an INFJ. A lot of people around here are like, I got both shots, so I don't have to wear a mask anymore. Yeah, that. I mean, at least they got the shots. Like, that is at least a big deal. But definitely, please still wear your mask. Hey, Epic. Aw, I missed you guys too. Honestly, I missed you guys a lot. Even though, like, I was creeping in on the full Discord a lot. Obviously, I was like watching you guys have conversations. I was happy that you guys were still having conversations with each other even when I wasn't there. It's not like I expected everything to die when I was gone, but it was like really nice. I don't know, it was comforting to see like you guys maintaining friendships. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know. I wasn't in the space where I would be able to handle anything, so I was like, look at them handling it. Look at them go. Help students feel they can make an impact, and they can. Hell yeah, Elemental! Oh my god, I'm so glad that you do that. I think that's so important for kids. I think, like, my teachers did that for me, and that was such an important aspect to, like, my development as a person. Especially, like, as a marginalized person, when, like, going into adulthood afterwards, you get a lot of door slams. So it was nice to have teachers infuse me with that sense of agency, so that when I got the door slams, I was like, okay, but this doesn't necessarily mean what I might want to think that it means. Let me see what I can do in this situation. I think that's a really important thing. You only got your vaccine because you're disabled, and that designates you as a vulnerable population. I didn't ever qualify as being. I never qualified. According to Washington, my my autoimmune conditions, and more specifically my malabsorption. So I'm malnourished, like clinically. Now that I've met with a nutritionist, by the way, I went and I met with a nutritionist, and I feel so validated. I feel so freaking validated about how hard I have worked to get my body to function. I feel so validated because my nutritionist was just like, oh wow, you've already done a lot of the things that I would have recommended for you to do. And I was like, damn straight I have. I was like, upset. It's fine. Sorry, I'm like way behind. I'm catching up. You don't think you'll stop wearing masks after this already blows over? Yeah, and like I'm gonna wear masks whenever I feel sick, absolutely. And I hope lots of people do the same. Like, it would be so nice. And you bought a sofa, you feel like an adult. Hell yeah. Buying furniture is like one of the most adult kind of feelings that you can have if you're buying new furniture, I feel like, or like, well, I don't know, there's a lot of different shades of adult feelings, but you got your like, I think what everybody kind of imagined when they were a kid was an adult, which is like going to a new furniture store and buying furniture. And then you got your like, I'm a college kid buying used furniture from my friends / going to IKEA. And then you've got that middle of the lane road that I like to call, I'm profiting off of the fact that rich people live in my neighborhood, which is when you when you go to rich neighborhoods and then you go to their flea markets and you're like, I'm gonna steal your rich people furniture for cheap, which is what I do. Obviously not recently, but that's how I got my couch. Oh, DB. Thank you for gifting a sub to the community and welcome to the fold, PSI Rock Omega. Welcome back to the fold. Thank you. I'm still reading. There's so many things. Try Etsy instead. Ooh. Girl, that's a good idea. I should do that. Yeah, I should try Etsy because that would be a lot easier than Amazon. Is there a map for different areas? You can look up in Google, like generally speaking, there are maps, and so like if you look up maps of vaccination rates in the overall United States, a lot of those articles will break it down by state and sometimes even by county, so you can look up and see what the progress of your county getting vaccinated is. That's how I've been keeping track. Freaking Washington has been behind. I don't know what we were doing. What Zek pointed out gives you hope. Huh? Gives you hope that people are going to continue wearing masks. Lots of good data, yeah. There's lots of positive data. I've been away, yes, I was away for about a month. Or maybe about like half a month. God, I don't know, I didn't pay attention. Oh, you're an INFJ2 elemental? Yeah. I've seen stuff about that too, Chase, which that was one of the possible outcomes from the very beginning, is that they were like, COVID might just become like the flu because it is just a very quickly adapting virus. It's a virus that can mutate relatively quickly, so it's probably going to be one of those things that we have to keep an eye on if we can't get the entire world vaccinated to eradicate it. What is showing and what theaters are open near you? I mean, if you're fully vaccinated and you're healthy and you got your mask, you can go in there. The CDC says it's okay. And like all of my, like I'm trying to trust the CDC and to put my coronavirus anxieties behind me. First of all, this is weird, but I'm like a huge fan of the lady who runs the CDC now. She's killing it. So it's fine, but like, I'm like, Rochelle, I like know her name and I'm like, she's great. But disregarding that, like following the CDC guidelines, I would say like, if the CDC says you're safe, believe them, you know, even though it's hard. Getting validation from doctors that your health problems aren't your fault, right? Right. It was so, well, because, I mean, you guys have known you got your chair that way? Hell yeah. Ooh, specific artwork? Yeah, there's a lot of artists, so I'm sure what the kind of mood of the art that you want, Harvest, I'm sure that it exists, but like finding it is the hard part. Play any new and exciting games? Are you talking about Smite, Connor, perhaps? I did play Smite while I was gone. What's the game chase? Annie Venture, hello! Welcome in! Well, vaccinations are slowing down all over, but I've actually read a lot of articles. So initially when the vaccine slowdown started happening, there were a lot of articles that came out and they were like, oh my god, people are vaccine hesitant, people don't want vaccines anymore, we're doomed! Right? There was a lot of that happening. But if you actually talk to like epidemiologists about like why they think it's happening, they do think that vaccine hesitancy plays a part in it, but they think that there's actually like a much larger percentage of the population of people who like it's still not convenient for them to go get a vaccine. Their like day is too tightly structured. They don't have the time. They can't drive out to a vaccination site. They like are okay with getting their vaccine, but they're not necessarily the kind of person who wants to like go through all the hoops to go out and set it all up themselves. Like, I'm sure I'll get it eventually. I'm not going to be in a hurry to schedule that. There's people who are housebound. There's people who like haven't been able to get the time off of work or haven't wanted to get the vaccine because they know that there's side effects and they don't want to take that time off of work because they'll miss out on pay. So right now a lot of epidemiologists think that like, yeah, vaccines are slowing down, but this was not an unanticipated part. They knew that it was gonna happen this way. They knew that like we would eventually hit this point where it is gonna be about reaching some vaccine hesitant people, but there's a whole like much larger demographic of people who like just want a couple questions answered, want their actual doctor to be the one who gives them the vaccine, can't get time off of work, can't travel outside of their house. There's a larger group of that than the group of vaccine hesitant people, which is a relief, but it seems like epidemiologists are all fairly in agreement about that. It's just that immediately, you know, they were like, vaccines are slowing down, it's because of all of the vaccine hesitant people, fuck them! And like, that's also like not the right way to think about people who are hesitant about vaccines, right? Because it's not like, while there are those people who are out there like spiting vaccines in a very spiteful manner, there are also people who just lack access to the information, lack knowledge about like how vaccines work, have heard scary rumors, and like don't necessarily know how to check those rumors out and see them validated, especially if they're not hearing information from people they trust. So yeah. Anyways, you generally have a strong immune system, so movie theaters are a go-go. I did not move locations. I moved my desk in my room. So originally my desk was out this way. It took up this space, and I turned it so that I split my room into two. So now I have my office fully on this side, and I have my bedroom space fully on that side. So there's more of a separation of church and state. There's more of a separation there. Oh, Jenny LeClue! I've heard about Jenny LeClue Detective Vu, and I've had it on my wish list for a long time. I've just never played it. Oh, congratulations, Annie Venture! That's awesome! Hell yeah! Says your country has high vulnerability. May you be possibly talking about Smite? I played Smite with Connor, and I have to say that I both really enjoyed myself and I was good at it. So take that. Haha! We can't get enough vaccines to slow down. It's specific images, getting it custom print. Oh, I see. In the game you want it from, never release that kind of image. Oh, I see. You might be Harvest. You might have an option, because I've seen artists do this before, and you could commission an artist, even though it might cost a lot, to take that image and repaint it larger. Legal? Question marks. Don't do illegal things. But option if it's legal, and only if it's legal. Yeah, even just older people can find it very difficult to access vaccination. Exactly, Chase. And pockets of low, yeah,
Oh,
that is
sport.
definitely true as well, Chase. Hey, Gravel Tongue! Vaccinate all, woof! Irresistible dance, yeah! Gravel Tongue, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. To celebrate the community. We're all law-abiding children. And to be fair, I'm a very law-abiding child. I do not break the law. I can blanket statement that because I don't. You're gonna try to go to movies again when you can. Oh. Well, I'm like not a movie person, but we've talked about this before, Violet. You really like movies. And I know a lot of people really like me. I know a lot of people are looking forward to the movie. Like, I'm definitely gonna have to go see at least one movie in theaters just for the sheer novelty of it. Cause there's no, cause like, you guys know now, right? Like, you go out into society and things, like, your brain is interpreting things like it's new. Like you've never seen it before. Like, walking into, I don't know, where's a place I haven't been? A club. Walking into a club for the first time after coronavirus is going to be so overwhelming because there's going to be so much new stimulus that your brain just like hasn't focused on in a while. Like all the people, the noises, the lights, the smells, the sounds, the orienting yourself in the space. Like, I'm so curious about going back to these things that we've kind of taken for granted. And because I'm going to be anxious, I think I'm going to be more just like aware of all of the different aspects of the experience. And I'm very excited about that because I feel like that's the kind of mindset that like innovations come from. Because like when you haven't done something in a long time and you go and do it, you're like, oh, I remember that this part was fun, but I forgot about how freaking annoying it always is that this other thing happens, and why don't people just do it this other way? And I bet we're gonna see a lot of interesting inventions coming out of that. I'm very excited about like inventions and tech. Hey, Blackguard! Oh, goodbye, Volumes! Thank you. Thank you, good night, Volumes. A couple of options. It'll be just for you and not. That's true. Generally speaking, if it's not for commercial sale. Yeah. A lot of targeted vaccination pop-ups. Oh, that's awesome. That's exactly the kind of thing that now America is moving into. Because basically, like, most of the people who, like, were me and were thirsty for that vaccine wanted that ass. We got that ass. So now it's like, and the other thing about America is that we do have that problem where like there are people, there are families, they don't have the time to take off of their 1 or 2 or maybe 3 jobs that they're working. They don't have the ability to take time off from those and make ends meet. I know that like President Biden like told companies that they need to all start offering time off, especially to workers in those situations, as part of the previously passed bill. So like hopefully that's gonna make a difference because I know that there's a lot of people out there like that. And also there's a lot of children. The vaccines are not yet approved for children, and like we would achieve herd immunity faster once we like test out the vaccine for children and like we get children vaccinated. Although I'm sure that'll be a whole thing, won't it? Oh. Moderna and Pfizer? Yeah, whichever one you get, you really can't go wrong. You really can't go wrong. Moderna and Pfizer are basically like the same. As far as I did a bunch of research before I got my vaccine and I'm like, they're the same. They're both just really good. I'm satisfied with Moderna, but apparently TikTok says that Pfizer's the cool one, and none of that makes sense. It's fine, but like humans are bizarre. Like let's make social categories based on which vaccine you get, and then say that one of them is the cool one. Like, why are we like this as a species? And also, I feel like maybe as in America, because I don't know how many other places are doing this, because it's a weird thing to do. It's fine. We're bizarre. It's fine. just do it, GIF.
I'll
There
support
are definitely some movies that are better on a big screen. Absolutely. That's very true. Like I went to see How to Train Your Dragon in theaters, and that was like, I felt like I was flying. It was so good. When I saw that movie as a kid, that convinced me that movie theaters can't go away. We need them. Okay, hey! Congratulations on being a fold baby! And thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. You prefer targeted ads for the vaccine? Some people don't have the time and some people don't want it. And you know, you can imagine that as more and more people get the vaccine, more and more people are gonna like have their concerns eased, because like a lot of people were like, I'm okay with getting the vaccine, I just want to see other people get it first to make sure that there's no weird side effects. There's like a group of people who like don't 100% believe the vaccine is safe, so they want to see how it works out for other people before they decide. And you can imagine that as more and more people get vaccinated, those people are gonna feel safer getting the vaccine because they're just gonna know more people who've done it. So it's a whole of society situation. It's a whole thing where we collectively, all the things that we can do, we can help each other, you know? Okay. Sorry, change the music. Pfizer is 30 mg and Moderna is 100 mg. Yeah, and that's just because that's the dosage that Moderna tested at. So you might actually be able to like vaccinate with Moderna at lower doses. They just haven't tested it yet. It's fine. Why do I know so much about this stuff? Pfizer fam. Because of social media. Ages problems between the generations. I don't think that's what it is. Hello, R2D2. Oh, hell yeah, McFloofers! Ooh, go get your vaccine, Annie! Do it! There's a lot of us who are, I think like collectively the majority of us are like transitioning into either getting our first dose or getting our second dose, depending on like which state / country you live in and like where everybody's at with that. But if you have access, definitely go get it, because you're helping other people as well as you yourself. And like one of the things that like frustrates me the most about like COVID, like this has just been a whole thing, right? Oh, but then the J&J. But you're hyped to not perish from COVID, right? Right? Isn't that real? One of the things that's been just like a trip for me is you guys know long COVID, that's a thing, right? So long COVID, it's like a chronic illness. It really is. It's like a lot, like I read about stories about people with long COVID and I'm like, girl, that's like my life, except like losing my sense of taste and smell sounds horrible. Sounds horrible. But like, you know, dealing with long-term effects of fatigue, with their bodies acting up, they can't eat certain things anymore, they can't like walk, like all these things, and they're like, why is my body being like this? Knowing that long COVID is a thing, I really, like, there's all those young people, like, who aren't getting vaccinated, and I just want to, like, grab them all and be like, do you know how much do you know what I would do if I could be unsick? Like, if I could go back in time and unchronically ill myself somehow, like if I swap my genes, or I don't know, like that, it wasn't my fault I got sick, but like if I could go back somehow and change it, I freaking would. So seeing like these young people who are like, I don't need to get the vaccine because I'm not gonna die, and I'm like sitting here like, do you want a chronic illness? You don't. I'm like, please, I'm begging you, for yourself. Oh God, Elemental, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That really sucks. I hope that they find something to do with it. They've actually kind of noticed that for some people, getting a vaccination can help the symptoms of, like, ease the symptoms of long COVID, which is like a really great sign. It means that like maybe there is something that actually can be done about it. And that's a much better sign than a lot of chronic illnesses have at this point. So I really hope that they come up with something, because yeah. My crown keeps phasing in and out of focus. Well, it's magic, so. Hey, Metal Corpse! You got mysteriously a few pints of ice cream. What? I want that. You felt like you had taken a Benadryl the whole next day. Did I have any fun side effects? Not really. Not really. None of them were fun. Sometimes, like, when you get a fever, you can be loopy, and that can be, like, kind of fun, but not really, unfortunately. Whoa! 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 Harvest, why? Wait. Alright, goodbye, Yellow Ring. Please protect your brain. Please protect your brain. I imagine, Bully Birdie, I imagine that there's gonna be an industry catered to, because like there's a lot of people who suddenly have that, and I think that despite the fact that like a similar number of people currently suffer from like chronic illnesses that we already have, I think that because COVID is the way that it is, I think that people are going to invest money into trying to heal it and overcome it, especially if COVID's just going to circulate in our population forever, because like that means long COVID is gonna be with us. Hey, Gus Bag. Getting a free Krispy Kreme donut. You get a cool sticker, depending on where you come from. Depending. You might get a sticker. That's a good side effect. Hey, Cece, how are you? Thanks for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. How am I feeling? I'm feeling all right. Well, right now I'm feeling pretty good. It's party time! Oh, Space, I'm so sorry. You felt called out when I removed the set. Right, the hats. Me keeping track of... Who has done this? Why have you done this?
I'll support you.
Oh, God. It is a tangled mess. Living inside of a kaleidoscope. Very descriptive, very accurate, I feel like, to what's going on. It wasn't me. Ruby! Hi! You got that loopy fever. Hey, everybody, by the way, Project Ruby is in the chat, and I'm going to be at their birthday stream tomorrow, which is going to start at 8 a.m. PT, so all you European friends are gonna have a great stream, and we're gonna celebrate Ruby's birthday. So, if you're into that, yeah, I'm innocent. Mysterio already got there. Thanks, Mysterio. It was a day. Yeah. The first dose is really not too bad. I got a second hat. I can get a third. There we go. Wait. There we go. To make your Monster Tamer game. Are you making it in... What engine are you making it in? 3 appointments in the morning. Don't worry about that. Also, hello, NBZ. Unless you've already had COVID, then it can be similar to the second dose. Oh, interesting. Wild. A party hat star, yeah. I'm Lady Liberty is what's happening. Bring me your huddled masses. I also double as a lighthouse. Not many people know that about me. Lady Liberty. Power Rangers villain chic. Oh my god, you're right, Ginger. You're so right. The queen of the cosmos. I've used both of those. I hope. Good luck. Have fun. Have fun. Lady Liberty. It's because I stand for freedom, justice, and inclusivity and diversity. Just like America does! Am I right? I'm sorry. Oh, dear. Space redeemed! Oh. We're no longer Lady Liberty. We're now... super ultra galaxy honey. Liberty. Oh god. I went back to Lady Liberty. I think I got it on there. I think it's on there. Okay. I do look like a Power Ranger villain. Alright! Thank you. Good luck, Gravel Tongue. Bye-bye. Rita Repulsa? It's been quite the April, has it? What's been going on? For you? For everyone? It's the mega evolution for me. One of the good things, though, is that the rate of, like, new COVID cases is going down. It definitely is. There's lots of reasons to be optimistic. So if optimism is your jam, or if you're like me and you're just like, I'm tired of being sad and scared all of the time, which is like kind of how I feel about, you know, the world. Hey, I wanted to have, hey, optimism. But yeah, so there are definitely signs of hope. Does the math on hats? Absolutely not. It's got a Katamari vibe, my head. I know, I'm a fashion icon. Really. Oh, has it? I'm sorry, I've not really been online, which has been great. We don't need to go down like this like very worn path of how bad Twitter is. But I'm a better person off of Twitter because I prejudge myself less, because I judge everything that I put on Twitter, because I'm terrified of somebody taking it out of context and using it against me, which sounds like that comes out of nowhere, like that sounds like a weird thing, but you know, when you're like a marginalized person in the space, you get a target on your back, and people who are bad faith, following you to try and like wait for you to slip up, you know? So Twitter, like I'm much better without Twitter, without that anxiety, without those tapes playing in my head in the background, you feel? Famously known for context and nuance. Nathan! Hi! Wow, congratulations! That's a wonderful achievement. Welcome back to the fold, Nathan. Thank you. You're getting Gaga vibes? Oh. I gotta go back to Lady Liberty, but how? Got it. Got it. You recently turned 21. Hey, nice. Drink responsibly if it wasn't already legal for you, depending on where you live. It probably was a remix from Goldenrod City Metalcore. You're right. You're right. There's some pros to Twitter, but dear God, the cons. Well, dear God, like, just on the macro level, dear God, I don't know how, I genuinely do not understand how Twitter has gotten away with an algorithm that so extremely prioritizes anger and fear. I have no idea. Like, because usually there's an outcry when that starts happening, but like, it's definitely been worse on Twitter, and Twitter is like now geared for whatever makes, you know, whatever causes outrage to give people the clicks. And like, in connection with that, also like now, because news articles are sharing their news on social media in general, not just Twitter, but social media in general, now their headlines are becoming increasingly dismissive and incorrect to what is actually in the article, but like, it sure does make you angry. read this whole article on Twitter where, again, the title and the image, it was about policing, and the title and the image made it sound horrible. And I read it, and like it made it sound like the title was a quote from a racist white cop, but it was actually a quote from a black woman cop, and like used in a completely different context than the entire article definitely tried to make you think that it was, because they wanted you to be angry, and like it worked. Everybody on Twitter was like talking about the article and like sharing it, and like I don't know how we just let Twitter get away with this. How have we done this to ourselves? I don't know. Americans do gravitate towards conflict, which is such an interesting thing. We gravitate towards media with so much conflict and anger and fear and hatred, but well, at least like white American culture as a whole, as we were like talking about on that stream so long ago, white American culture as a whole is afraid of conflict. But our media is filled with it. Our media like cannot get enough of it. But when it comes to like interpersonal things between people, so many people have like this really huge fear of conflict. It's kind of wild to me, you know? A fidget popper and now you have no stress ever. I don't know what a fidget popper is. I'm supposed to take my first hat off? Nah. Nice try though, but nah. Yeah, I think that's pretty true, Gusbag. You don't think it's an algorithm? You think it's mob? I think it's partially the algorithm, because like mob mentality doesn't happen in a bubble. If you're not served the stuff that makes you angry, then you're not gonna be as angry. And the thing about, like, I was talking to a much larger creator than I am, who I won't name, but I was talking to them and they were talking about how their experience on Twitter has changed over the years. And one of the things that she mentioned was that now all of her tweets that are just kind of mundane life things that are just kind of like, oh, like here's a picture of my cat, and like I got this game today that I'm playing, like all those kinds of things get buried and the algorithm doesn't pick them up and spread them out to her followers in the same way. And like from navigating this, because like, you know, I was trying at least to use social media for growth, so I was watching other people and I was trying to learn from people with better SEO than me and all these things, and it definitely does encourage, at least at the very bare minimum, stance taking. And like there's a lot of profit to be gained when there's some kind of big drama going on Twitter and you get to come out and make your personal statement about whatever, whether it's like, I believe this person, I don't believe this person, or like none of this behavior will be allowed where I am, or like whatever kind of state, like where it's just like this statement, this behavior is wrong, whatever. And it's not that those kinds of posts are inherently bad, or the people making those posts are inherently like evil or anything. I'm not trying to make draw any real conclusions about why people are doing that, except that those posts that are derivative are what get the most attention. Derivative of anything like that. Like, what makes streamer clips on Twitter go viral is when they're a streamer taking a stance on a social justice issue, and like kind of angrily telling people who disagree to fuck off. And like, again, I'm not making a comment on whether or not that's valid, because that's not really the point. The point is that what is being encouraged to be shared are these public statements of like, this is how the world should be, or I want my space to be, or this is what this person shouldn't have done, or whatever. These public statements of stance taking are the things that get absolutely the most coverage. And maybe that is mob mentality. Maybe part of it is that like other people just really want to share that stuff. I don't know. But I do think that part of it is just that that's what gets in people's feeds. If you're following those kinds of people anyway. If you're not following them, God, I don't know. The setup is way better for not scaring me on entry for food deliveries. You're correct. Somehow that's how YouTube operates too. Yeah, definitely YouTube does. But YouTube is the place where people were like, we gave up on YouTube a long time ago. You just retweet them. Yeah, Twitter makes it very easy to brigade. Definitely. Oh, another hat. The fourth hat goes back on. We use media as the outlet for our conflict. Oh, you know what? You're probably right. You're probably right. That's probably a much larger dynamic that's happening there, Nathan. Like, I don't have to directly tell my uncle, I don't know, someone. I don't have to directly tell my uncle he's racist, but I can share him this article to let him know he's racist, kind of thing. I've seen a lot of, like, my friends doing stuff like that. My uncle is not racist, so I haven't had to do that, thank God. Your more political posts tend to do better. Yeah. The algorithm rewards what works. Do you think in outrage works? I guess that's true. I guess it's hard to say, does the algorithm prefer outrage posts or do outrage posts feed into the algorithm really well? Either way, the way to make that stop is to alter the algorithm to not prioritize things that encourage... What is the word that I'm looking for? Things that encourage people, like tribalism, things that encourage people to hunker down in their position and like get smaller and smaller and smaller conceptions of who the person that they're or people, the group that they're yelling at is. Can confirm. Hey, Coop, hi! Stance taking. Yeah, that's kind of, because it's not like I don't think people are going out on Twitter. Well, there are some people going out on Twitter to ruin other people's lives, but most people are just trying to, I think, like, kind of like we do here in the Fold, right? We're like, this is our culture, like, this is how, like, we're kind and respectful to one another. That's what we do here, and we don't want people who don't do that, right? That's our thing, but I'm not the kind of person who is going to, like, I don't have it in me to be angry at the people that I disagree with all the time. I'd personally rather not think about them because I think that, like, my mental time, my brain energy, my spoons and all that, I covet those things. I want to spend that thinking about things that I love and people that I love and stuff that I can do, not spending my time being angry at a mythical group of people that definitely exist, but that I've also, like, embellished in my head. And, like, what is the point of me? Like, what would be the point of me in this stream, in the context of, like, us, of the Fold? What would be the point of me, like, yelling at people who aren't here about ways that they're behaving that is bad? That's not going to get anybody to change. And it's not... I guess it would be... It's enjoyable to people, just like watching... like somebody demolish a movie that you also think is bad is satisfying. It's like satisfying in the same way, but I don't like it. I saw you doing that, Chip. Thank you, though. But aren't engaging as much as controversial tweets. Yeah, and that's... Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. It's also easier to share something someone else says than to stand up for the issue yourself. So if someone is outraged, you can just throw your weight behind that. Yeah, I think for, like, an interpersonal dynamic, that's definitely the case. Public call-outs and their poor consequences. Elizabeth wants to expose Darcy to the world. But in the end, she didn't fully understand the situation. Darcy not sharing what he knew about Wickham allowed Wickham to pursue antisocial behavior again with Lydia. That's a lovely and, like, wonderfully interesting and, like, modern take on Pride and Prejudice, Chase. I've never thought about it that way, but you're right. Like, one of the themes, that is one of the themes of the book. That is absolutely one of the kinds of lessons is, like, when to share knowledge about another person's immoral character. And the book definitely sides on the end of it's not necessarily bad to do, but also, like, maybe the only person who should do it is the person who's directly involved, which, like, I think is probably yes, I would say so. I would say, like, if you have a friend in a bad situation and they don't want you to expose the situation to the public, don't do it. Like, please do whatever your friend, like, don't, like, let your friend make that decision for themselves. It's not your place. Like, you know, like, I feel like that's a thing most of us can agree on. Oh, well that's fun, Blackguard. Dzień dobry. Did I say that even kind of, even a little bit, right? Maybe that gives us a different perspective, having to divvy out spoons. I definitely think so. Sometimes I feel like people might get the wrong idea and think that because I'm not yelling about things that are bad that are happening, that means that I don't care, but it's more about placing my energy where I want it to be. And not everybody agrees with what I do. A ton of party? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Void Gender. It's easy to win when there's no pushback. Well, this is one of those, Tiger, I don't think that that's what Blackguard, meant about their uncle, but who knows. You need to Pride and Prejudice is really very enjoyable. Cringe and callouts. Oh my god, oh no! Oh my god, Violet, that's so good! That's so good. PNP encapsulates both the dangers and the potential rewards, right? Because like one of the reasons a lot of callouts do happen is that people are like, I want some, like you see, you know, in game dev spaces you have those lists of people that circulate of like men usually that you work with who are known for like harassing behavior, who are like people that you don't want to end up in a room alone with kind of situation. So like you have those kinds of things, but it's one thing to have those lists circulating in the background because you need to know someone who has access to those lists in order to know who to be aware of, and then it's another thing to make that information public so that smaller devs who aren't as connected can also be safe, right? So Pride and Prejudice honestly encapsulates the joys and the sorrows of the situation, and yet was written so long ago. The Lizzie Bennet Diaries. Oh, I loved the Lizzie Bennet Diaries. I don't think that I paid attention to the Twitter aspect. I think are the Lizzie Bennet Diaries are those the like YouTube vlogs? Because I did watch that. It was really ahead of its time. I know, Pride versus Prejudice. Who knew? I will say there's something that I was thinking about last night, and it's about to see critical thinking. Many times people don't. That's fair. A lot of times people don't. And I think like Epic, I think that like doing that, man, it's so hard, right? Because like critical thinking is incredibly important and we need people to do it. And especially when it comes to like problems with the world, we need people to be critically thinking about those problems and the people involved in those problems, because if you're not critically thinking about the problem, you're not going to actually get to a solution that changes anything, right? If like the messaging becomes too simplistic, then you're not going to solve anything. A case in point of messaging that like I think is probably harmful in the long run actually, which is why I don't really say it, is eat the rich. Like generally those kinds of slogans, it's not that like necessarily the idea of like the rich shouldn't have that much money, it should be redistributed, like people who achieve a huge amount of success do it off of the, what's the word that I'm looking for? Suffering of other people, the exploitation of other people. That's fine, but I think that like slogans like eat the rich, especially when like they start usually among like, these are slogans that start among people who understand the complexity of the problem, but then when it gets boiled down to people who are being introduced to the concept with the slogan, then it gets to the point where like, because eat the rich is overly simplistic. It paints the rich as like this monolithic, evil, like group, and it also kind of implies that the solution is to target those people, and I don't think that targeting the people who are rich is going to do that much to actually solve the like economic disparity. Like we need, like, to change the structure of how the economy works. We need to change tax law. We need to change ways that companies are allowed to treat their employees. Like, we need, like, these structural changes, right? And I worry a lot that when we have those simplistic things that boil it down into the slogan, that, like, over time, and especially, like, God, especially when we're, like, you know, we're in America and we have these other countries coming in trying to exacerbate our divides, I think that makes it worse, because now it's like everybody's angry at rich people, and it's like, okay, but being angry at, like, Bill Gates or Jeff Bezos, regardless of how, like, very valid, I'm not saying it's not valid, but being angry at them and, like, targeting them personally is not going to systemically change the situation and, like, get us to a new place. And so, like, I feel like, and like, that's kind of the danger of being a person who tries to encourage that kind of critical thinking, is that there is this special breed of person who likes to come into conversations that are already actually nuanced, that are already actually, like, relatively good discussions, where somebody is, like, really kind of laying out their points for whichever side they're on, and, like, they're like, let me explain why I feel this way. And then a lot of people, there's just that certain group of person who likes to play devil's advocate specifically to derail. So as a Black person, you see this a lot in conversations about race, where, like, some fucking white guy will come in, it's like a 20-year-old frat boy, and he's like, well, let me play devil's advocate. If we treated white people that way, would it be bad? And I'm like, why are you like... So, like, now people who come in and try to be like, well, let's look at the other side's point of view, which is a valid and important thing that you have to do when you're actually trying to solve a problem, right? That's like, you need to look at both sides equally. You need to hear out each side, because if you don't hear out and address the root concerns of both sides, where the concerns are reasonable, not where the concerns are like, kick all immigrants out of the country. But, like, where the concerns are reasonable, if you don't heal the root cause for both people, like, the problem is going to come back. And so you need to listen to both, or else, like, if this side is satisfied and this side is not satisfied, this side is going to get resentful, and they're going to hold it against that side, and now it's going to become an even bigger issue, right? It's just a whole complicated. Oh, hello. I'm sorry, I got distracted by talking. I'm catching up. It's definitely a human problem. You right, Chase. Doesn't bother to debate me. I don't debate online. Exploring and critically thinking about ideas is important, but it's very difficult now. It's so because, like, there's no way for people to know that you're coming in and trying to have this conversation and examining the other side in good faith, especially when it comes to conversations that are about, like, social justice related things, because trying to examine the other side's points very quickly, like, again, there's that fine line where there is that group of people who exploit that line of thinking to completely derail the argument or completely derail whatever discussion is happening and not let it happen anymore. And, like, it's so hard, especially, like, when you're a white guy who's coming in trying to be like, let's critically think about both sides of the issue. It's hard for that, like, how is that not gonna look like? How is that not gonna look like like it's bad faith, unless you already know the people you're talking with and they trust you, right? It's just, like, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. It's just hard. Critical thinking is also just very difficult to do, because a lot of people feel that they critically think when they don't. Like, case in point, thinking that you know a lot about ads, or thinking that you would never, like, be caught up in a cult, or thinking that you would never fall for a conspiracy theory because you're super aware of it and you've, like, done a lot of research or whatever, makes you more likely to fall for all of the things. So, like, critical thinking is really hard, because there's also, like, sometimes people think they're really good critical thinkers, and, like, you will never be a fully good critical thinker. Never. None of us will be. Because our brains have these faults with how we process information, and other people will take advantage of those. And just, like, it's hard to be aware of the blind spots in how your brain draws conclusions. And like, that's just a fact of being human. And like, it's hard to stay aware of that 100% of the time, and you're not going to be able to do it 100% of the time. And like, for me, like, that's why people who believe in conspiracy theories, I have a lot of, and because like, people in my family have gotten wrapped up into conspiracy theories and thank God are no longer there. But like, it's hard, like, seeing how much their personalities changed when they were in that conspiracy, and like how many things that they believed and valued before the conspiracy versus during the conspiracy, they like were a completely different person, and then after the conspiracy they went back to who they are. It's like really hard for me to look at people who believe conspiracy theories and just be like, they're all bad, they're all, you know, just because I feel like it technically could happen to anyone. Maybe not this specific conspiracy theory, but I feel like conspiracy theories in general can happen to anyone because we're all susceptible in our brain. Anyways, I'm catching up. Oh, so many people have written. Okay, keep going. That people focus on the slogans more than the actual issues. Yeah, it can be a distraction tactic. Coop. People do also want cut and dry answers, and there's not that many about really, like, especially when it comes to like institutionalized racism or like how exploitative the capitalistic system is. Like, there aren't any easy answers there, and like, destroy it all and make a new system also isn't the right answer, because like whatever new system we make is going to have problems as well, and like institutionalized, baked in problems. That's just how things work. So it's like, yeah, the simplistic answers of like, this is bad are, while good rallying points, and like you know, among friends you can toss that out, and like, you know, among friends you know what each other means, right? But like, yeah, it's just a whole thing. There was a protest called Kill the Bill? Oh, damn it. Yeah, Harvest, that definitely happened. Well, the same thing happened with Defund the Police. A lot of, that phrase, as far as messaging goes, a lot of people don't actually care what it means. They just know what it sounds like, and they will not even bother to consider it or look up what it is because it sounds so scary. And, you know, phrases like that can also be co-opted by, in this case, opposing parties, in this case the Republican Party, to make it to like, oh, they're saying defund the police, and what they mean by defund is lawlessness all over America! Like, it's okay. You know, that kind of thing. That too chip is true. Yeah, I'm chiller about Bill. Like, if Bill Gates wants to put his billions of dollars into transitioning us to clean energy economy and like vaccinating poor people, like, yes, go do that. Good job, Bill Gates. Like, using your wealth, giving back to the world. I appreciate that. Jeff Bezos. They recently were like, Jeff Bezos is gonna give, what was it, like 100 million or something? Jeff Bezos is gonna give some money to climate change. And like, anytime any like philanthropic endeavors for Jeff Bezos comes out, I'm like, dude, you're the richest man on earth. Why is that such a small amount of money you're giving back right now? It's fine, I know it's more complicated than that, but I'm just like, Bezos. Bezos. But I feel like Bezos is, yeah, Bill Gates, well, I don't know. I feel like I personally would want to argue with, like, Bill Gates shouldn't be required to try and save the world. I feel like he shouldn't have to put all of that energy and effort in if he doesn't want to, but I feel like if you're, like, a bajillionaire, yeah, I feel like some of that money has to go back to the rest of the world. So I don't think that Bill Gates necessarily has to try to save the world, but I think that like some amount of, like, if you're a billionaire, it's fine, you can give some of the money away. Like, I don't know, but I've never been a billionaire, so I guess I don't know how that feels. So like, but The phrase is not meant to be used the way that it's used. The full quote is, "When the poor have no more food to eat, they will eat the rich." It's not an instruction, it's a caution. I didn't actually know that, Violet. I didn't actually know that. And like, there you go, exactly. More nuance being stripped from the situation because, you know, there's so many different dynamics that need to be on the table in every problem. We need to look at the people who are resentful and see where their resentment comes from too, yeah. Oftentimes resentment is manufactured. Oftentimes problems are manufactured. I mean, like, look at our advertising industry. Problems are manufactured to get us to buy things, so why wouldn't problems be manufactured to get us to split apart from each other? And like, if you have drank the Kool-Aid and believe in these systems, like science isn't real or whatever, you believe in these things that are like actually false, how much of that is because you are an irredeemable, spiteful person, which there definitely are people out there like that who are like irredeemably spiteful and want to be superior, want to profit off of other people, want other people to be in a lower class category as them. There are people out there like that, but I think that they're the minority compared to the number of people who like just have no real just you know. And like, when you think about our education system, we don't teach people how to critically think. In a lot of places, education is completely underfunded. People don't have high-speed internet access, and when they do, the things that they're exposed to on like Facebook and Twitter are these like very reasonable, I'm just asking questions, conspiracy theory guys, and like, yeah, I don't know. It's a really complex problem, but I really, 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 really dislike when people boil down complex problems. Period. Also because like, it creates more anxiety than needs to be there, because a lot of problems, when you understand how complex they are, aren't as scary, and the world isn't as scary because there's not actually that many really fucking horrible people out there trying to make life worse for everybody. So they do exist, but it's actually like a lot more of it is systems, like systems impacting behavior, impacting systems, impacting lives and livelihoods. I don't, it's so complex, but like when you see it as a system, it gets a lot less mean and scary. At least for me it did. The more I understood about government, about the economy, about how the law works, about like how our systems of checks and balances have worked out, about how structural racism works, about how people fall into conspiracy theories, like the more I've learned about all of this stuff, the less angry and scared I've gotten. And the more I've just been like, wow, we did this to ourselves. America as a nation, we did, because we stopped investing in core things that are for the health of the general populace. And when you stop investing in the health, the mental health, the emotional health, the physical health, the like educational health, the financial health, like when you stop investing in all of these things for the populace, this is what happens. Like, what we're going through is what happens when you don't continue to invest in the nation as a whole. I don't know. It's fine. I don't need to keep ranting about this. It's fine. Bezos donates less than Pocket Change in comparison. I know, right? Meanwhile, like, Bill Gates' influence on medical patents has been less than stellar. I don't know that much about that, to be honest, but I don't doubt that that's probably the case. The problem with any billionaire doing that is that no one elected them and agreed they should be able to do that. They just are, because it does give them outsized power. When you say defund the police, your older parents are not like, redirect funds to achieve similar ends in better manners. They hear lawlessness. Yeah. Yeah, let's try not to generalize about groups of people in this chat. What Zek said, that is... sometimes generalizing when we're talking about broad dynamics among cultures is useful. Like, I do that a lot when we're talking about, like, white culture, black culture, and I'm trying to explain how racism happens because, like, sometimes just because of cultural differences. Like how many structural problems can be related to other things. Like, so sometimes it's useful, but like generally if we're going to be demonizing a whole group of people, I'm I'm just not a fan. I don't like dehumanizing anyone if I can help it. I don't like being dehumanized. I don't want to dehumanize other people, even if those other people are dehumanizing me. I'm not an eye for an eye kind of person, personally. And I understand other people are, and if you are that way, that's fine. I'm not judging you. I'm just saying that for me, it stresses me out. That's true. Well, Black Lives Matter, I feel like, you know, there's some messaging that we can agree is like, we should abandon this. And then there's some messaging that is like, you have a problem with this messaging, but the messaging is fine. What's wrong with saying Black Lives Matter? There really shouldn't be anything wrong with saying that. Fascinating. 120 million out of how many billions? Did I see Bill and Melinda Gates? I did see that, yes. Said he would give away his money 10 years ago, then doubled his wealth. But he has also given away, at this point, a third of all of the money that he's ever had. And he plans on getting rid of all of it. So Bill Gates is not the person that I'm going to be upset about, because no matter what, even when, like, Bill Gates, I'm not going to say that he's some kind of savior, net positive, great, put him on a pedestal kind of person, but I would like him to serve as a role model for other rich people, for sure. I would love that. But that doesn't mean that, like, people who do good things don't sometimes also do bad things, and that's also not to say people who do bad things don't also sometimes do good things. Like, nobody's 100% good or bad either way. So Bill Gates has a lot of problems, but I would rather there be more Bill Gates than less of them. For sure. Yeah, I would rather there be more, like, rich people who want their money to go back into society, and hopefully in a meaningful way, like, hopefully in some way that's actually impactful. But yeah. Couldn't be a billionaire, it sounds too stressful. I've heard that when you get to be that rich, your job is managing money and managing other people trying to get your money, and that sounds like it sucks. As an individual. Oh, as an individual. Yes, I agree. I agree, Chase. He as an individual, he shouldn't be forced to. And thankfully I don't think he is. Hey, JL, hi! I'm so far behind, I apologize. Zareka, listen to your body. Thanks, Dorty. Man, Chase, I hate the History Channel. I fucking hate that the History Channel is like, is it aliens? Because I'm like, why are you only doing Is It Aliens with African and Middle Eastern cultures, you fuckers? You racist motherfuckers. They're like, aliens built the pyramids because there's no way a bunch of, like, people back in the day. I'm like, will you? It's fine. It's so racist, though. It's so objectively, like, there's no way that old people back in these countries that we, like, in the West don't give prestige to could actually have built these. Maybe it was aliens. Like the Mayan, they're like, yeah, the Aztecs and the Mayans, aliens gave, I'm just like, I can't. So, it's fine. It's bad. It's bad, 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 bad. Oh, I'm glad that I could help. I'm glad that I could help, Christian. I know that what you've been going through has definitely been awful with you being, like, now a public face. A public face for, like, science and COVID numbers and everything, so I'm glad I could help. Okay, I'm still catching up, good lord. I'm still catching up. I'm just gonna shut up for a second. Oh, don't block patents on medical supplies, come on. Now that I can understand. Oh, really? Jacob, I'd love to see that. I'd love to see that article. If you have it. If you don't have it, don't worry about it. Oh, you're welcome, Harvest. Chase, in the time that I was away, again, this, like, pertains to the last conversation that we had. in that stream so long ago about racism, which, by the way, like, if you guys are if anybody who's here who wasn't here during that stream, if any of you are curious, I would really recommend checking out that other stream. It's on the archive channel, but it was like, I didn't anticipate it going where it did, but I kind of like, I spent a lot of time during that stream kind of explaining my experience being a mixed person and kind of trying to translate for white people like what racism is and how it functions and like ways that they can't see it, and like kind of explaining some things that I think generally confuse a lot of white people that black people get angry about, that like white people don't immediately see what's wrong and also don't immediately know that it's a racism thing. And it was a very calm and like very wonderful conversation. So if you ever want to learn about like institutionalized racism, also general cultural differences between like American culture and like white culture and black culture and German culture, we talked a lot about that. It's very good. Please check it out. But like related to what we were saying about how I don't like to shame people, like I really don't like I want people to feel comfortable coming in and asking their questions, even when those questions might be, you know, ill-informed or insulting in a way that the person might not realize that they're insulting. Like, I want people to be able to ask those questions because that's the only way that we're going to improve. And I really don't like shaming people to try and get them into good behavior because I don't think it works. And I was reading a book in the time that we were away that was about something entirely different, but it was also about like psychologically shame and how people behave when we're in shame, when we're feeling ashamed. And like basically like the understanding that psychologists have of shame is that it's kind of the most visceral emotion that we as humans have, and that when we're in shame, when we're feeling ashamed of ourselves, we lash out at other people. That is just what we do. Like, there's not really a person who can contain themselves really well when they're feeling deeply ashamed. Even if you don't lash out at other people, you might lash out at yourself. It's just like, that's kind of how shame works. And one of the kind of fascinating things from those studies is that there has never been any study ever done that has shown that shame works as an effective learning tool. So that's not just in situations about like social justice, but there's broader aspects to our culture, like body shaming. We like body shame people for like not being healthy and that kind of thing. We shame children for like, you know, don't cry when you're, you know, don't cry, boys don't cry. And like we shame girls for like, oh, you're being too sexual. We shame people for all these like things, and the only thing that does is it gives people like maladaptive, like it builds a complex for them around these issues. It doesn't actually help them learn anything, and it doesn't stop the behavior. All it does is makes it extremely fraught, and makes it so that when anything even lightly tangentially touches on the same topic and triggers shame in that person later, they're gonna be lashing out, right? It was very fascinating because I've always suspected that about shame, but I hadn't actually like bothered to. I just kind of didn't think that was something that studies would be able to prove, so I didn't like think about looking it up at all. So yeah, that was fascinating. That and Shazzy saying that's a very valid point. Very valid point about like freight, like that. I think that's a very valid point that you said about all the way up here about how like having slogans that seem insulting is probably bad for the cause. Like, yeah, probably. Gates was considered a selfish person hoarding money. Later in life, he started putting money to beneficial use. You don't think we can say right now that Jeff Bezos won't do anything down the road now that he's stepping away from other responsibilities? As I think that that's very fair, but I think that people can still be angry at him for not doing more now, and also for just like I personally hate Bezos less for the fact that he's rich and more for like all of the ways that Amazon has negatively impacted so many things, more so than because he has a lot of money. Yeah. Negatively impacted a lot of things and people. Like, I hate Amazon as a company, and I blame Bezos for that, even though that's overly simplistic. Blaming Bezos for all of Amazon is not actually, like, legitimate. And it also, like, lets all of the other people who, like, run Amazon and, like, are on its board of directors, it lets them off the hook. Which is the thing about CEOs. CEOs are faceless. Oh, JL! Aw, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. I didn't even hear that. I gotta turn it up. And people can change their minds about behaviors. Okay, hang on. Still catching up. Ancient aliens mainly focus on non-white cultures. Yeah, no, I hate that. I hate it so much. It's in my DMs? Thank you. That was still an amazing stream. Thanks. I agree, actually. I didn't anticipate that stream was going to go there, but it felt really good. Like, I felt like I was helping people. That archive is an excellent watch. Oh, I haven't actually checked the PO box, Blackguard. I need to do that. Goodbye, Epic. Goodbye, Mendez. Thanks for saying hi. It's probably new SPC. Yeah, weight is not actually as correlated to whether somebody is healthy as we've wrapped those ideas together, connected in society. Like people think that being thin is healthy, and I'm so not healthy, and I am thin because I'm unhealthy, right? So it's like not the same, but like people would look at me and be like envious and like, oh, you're probably very healthy, and I'm like, no. No. So like every stream. Oh, that's great, Melia. And thus Sundrays are born. Hi, Liger Driver. Shame-based potty training is thought to increase bedwetting and increase the age at which it stops. Oh, wild. Fascinating. See, and even there, yeah, I just, like, shame, I think, is just, like, a very toxic, because, like, God, have you ever felt shame and been like, this seems like a thing that is healthy for me? Like, no. Like, shame is not a healthy emotion to feel. What is a healthier emotions are, like, guilt and regret. And I think that's, like, I think when people want to shame someone, it's because they want them to feel regret and they want them to feel guilt. They want them to feel those emotions that are more about, like, oh, I've done something wrong, I acknowledge that, and I'm going to improve. And that's where guilt and regret lie. Whereas, like, shame is, like, a place that you exist. It's like an emotion that you exist in. It's not like I never learn anything productive when I'm ashamed of myself. I just feel like I'm a bad person. You know? I don't, it's, when I'm ashamed of myself, the situation is so painful that I actually stop examining it. I, like, stop trying to learn from it because I just don't want to think about it, you know? It's wild. We can say a lot of the same things about Gates. But a lot of people know him now for his positive contributions. Well, okay. I agree with you, Chip, but I still feel like I'm allowed to feel the exact same way about Bezos as I did before, because regardless of whether he becomes a good person or, like, does the things that we think that I want him to do in the future. He's not doing them now, and I think it's legitimate for me to be like, you're bad and I don't like you. But me being like, you're bad and I don't like you doesn't mean that in 10 years I'm not going to be like, you're doing good things and now I like you. Because that could happen, and if that happens, I'd be overjoyed. But I still think I'm not going to be like, I'm going to be neutral on you until you're 80 and I figure out whether you like, not that that's what you're suggesting, but I think you get it. It makes me friend-shaped. Oh, that's so adorable. I love that. And yeah, like, Coop, honestly, like, I don't think any of us who grew up in America anyways and, like, had access to TV and internet, I don't think any of us... Oh. I had a phone call, sorry. I don't think any of us escape from just like, and none of us who are born and raised in America escape from racism. Like, we all have it. We all have internalized racism. Even black people do. It's the same way with fat shaming. I don't think that there's any way that any of us could have like I, as much as I want to gain weight to be healthier because I know that would be better for me, I also know that when it starts happening, I'm gonna be a little insecure about it because I'm gonna be kind of heavier than I've ever been in my life. And even though I'm still gonna be a very thin and normal weight, it's going to be weird for me to see my body in that different way than I've ever seen it before. And I'm going to be prone to thinking those kinds of thoughts because that's what is supposed to be the normal reaction to that kind of thing. So yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, got it. Sorry. Don't worry about it then, Chip. Oh, yay. Let me take at least one of these off. Chazzy. That's so relatable, honestly. What deep convo did I miss? Yeah, we were talking about, we were having deep convos. We were talking about, kind of like the oversimplicity of a lot of like political slogans right now and how easily those slogans play into dehumanizing people, essentially, and not only dehumanizing people but also distracting from the very thing we're actually trying to solve. That's what we were talking about. Just, same old chill stuff over here. Aw, awesome, thank you. Goodbye, Melia. Good luck at your meeting. Right? Yeah. Honestly, thank you. Jacob, I'm glad to hear that you feel the same because I've kind of felt ashamed of feeling that way because I know it's wrong. I know that's not how I should think about it, but again, I didn't escape. I didn't escape it just like none of us did. None of us can escape growing up in a society that sends us these messages as much as we try to, and thinking that you can't escape them only makes you more susceptible, oddly. They all fell off, so they're all gone now. To lighten the hat burden. Y'all were just content with me explaining things to you with giant hats on my head. It's fine, I get it. Oh good, I'm glad you're fine now. Those party hats look painful. Thankfully they're not actually painful to wear, although balancing it can be kind of hard. Reducing messages to the bare minimum is the problem. I need the hats in order to translate. I need the hats in order to translate. Okay, hang on, let me check this. Sorry. Yeah, I forgot that one second. I'm getting a tea that I have. It has medicine in it. And my nutritionist just called me and they were like, hey, how's it going? And I'm like, oh, it's fine. I'm definitely drinking the thing I'm meant to be. We also can't completely escape from our internal biases. We really can't. And that's how racism works. It's fine. It's fine. We don't need to go into racism again, except to say that I've been dealing with it recently with some... I've been dealing with it recently with some people, I guess is the way that I'll say it. And again, and it's another one of those cases where it's like, I know these people, every single one of them is a beautiful person. None of them want to be treating me this way. None of them know that they're treating me this way. One of the things that I find very, just fascinatingly interesting, and I'm gonna make a really big blanket statement here, and I don't actually know that this applies to everybody in the group. This is just my experiences with it, so I'm making a blanket statement, and this does not mean, it's a blanket statement. But one thing that I have noticed is that actually I'm gonna add, just forget it. It's a human thing. It's not even a one group thing. Being unwilling to acknowledge your power is so dangerous to other people, is what I wanted to say. Oh, what was currently playing? The last song that played was Rosalina's Comet Observatory by Insane in the Rain Music and DJ Cutman. I have a Spotify playlist listed and it's on there, so you can find it there if you want it. You made a clip? Oh, Zach already got it. It also serves its purpose. Let's not do away with it entirely. Yes, good slogans are very important. But good slogans are hard. That's what I mean. Hey, Obi-Wan, hi! Thank you. I mean, we all absolutely, that's just because we're human. We all absolutely, if you dress a certain way, if you look a certain way, if you're moving in a certain way, we all have those thoughts about, oh, that means this person is this way. Or this person's scary and dangerous, There's a guy walking behind me and it's dark. I'm scared, regardless of who the person is or what they look like, or whether they're a nice person. I'm scared, I'm running. We all have those biases no matter what. Been playing Far Cry 3? Sounds great. My favorite Star Wars thing? The Christmas special. No. I'm gonna say The Force Awakens because it could have gone. It could have led to such a great story. It could have. Baby Yoda! You're right, Baby Yoda's the best thing. Yeah, but one of the things that, I think so if there's one thing that I think is super actionable for all of us that we can literally every single one of us can do right now to help make the world a better and safer and more inclusive and all that space, it's to own the places where we have power. Because I don't know why, but probably because we've been taught that chasing after power is bad. If you have power, you're bad. Being power hungry is bad. Power corrupts. All power corrupts. Evil. We've been taught power is bad. And so because of that, and especially among white people, again, that's a very generalized blanket statement, but this is Probably because, like, the minorities that I know don't tend to have that much power, so I see this more in white people who have a lot of power. They don't want to acknowledge how much power that they have. And that could be anything from, like, you know, you're an influencer, or you're a boss, or you're a colleague, you're a mentor, anything like that. You're a teacher, anything like that, down to, like, you're in a friend group, and you happen to be the mood maker of the friend group, or you're like one of the core people in the friend group who's friends with everybody, whereas maybe there's some people who are more tangentially friends, and like not as connected, but they're connected to you, so you like set the tone for your friend group. If people don't own the spaces in which they have power, if they don't recognize that they have power, if they don't feel comfortable admitting to themselves that they are controlling more of how any given space is manifesting, then you're not going to be able to change anything to make it better. Like if you don't acknowledge you have the power, you're not going to also be like, oh, well, if I have this power, I need to wield it responsibly, and I need to think about how I'm behaving and make sure that I'm, you know, not shutting people out from conversations. I'm not discouraging employees who are looking up to me, or like discouraging the employees I'm mentoring. I'm not putting down children and crushing their dreams as a teacher, you know. All of the, I'm not being a Karen to a cashier at a store because the customer is always right. These are things that we really, really need to own, and like my life would have been a lot easier, and like the current issues I'm going through right now, to be honest, would be a lot easier if people would just own their power, because when nobody wants to own the power, no one can solve the problem. If nobody wants to own the power, especially the people who actually have it, then you're gonna be like, oh, well, then I don't know what there is for me to do about this problem. I can't do anything. I don't have any power here. I'm not the person who runs this group or whatever, you know. And it's like, well, now we're at an impasse where nothing is being done because nobody thinks that they're the problem. But like, especially in group situations, it doesn't matter. Like, sometimes there's one person who's a problem. A lot more often it's like a collective. It's a cultural issue, it's a structural issue, it's a policy issue, it's a collective dynamic issue. Like, it's usually a group of people causing problems, not like one person being the bad guy. And so if nobody acknowledges that they have power in that group dynamic, then you're not going to actually be able to change anything to help the people who are suffering in those dynamics. That's my little rant. That's my little spiel. That's like one thing that literally all of us can do, is assess our lives for like, in our friendships. Are there friendships where we have more outsized power? Like, is this the kind of thing where like you're friends with people who, like, you're such close friends that they will trust your word on other people, and you can be like granting opportunities for friendship or dismissing opportunities for friendship for other people because your word matters so much to this person? Or are you the person who always picks where to go in the friend group to hang out, and maybe you're picking areas that are not as accessible to some of your friends? Or maybe some of your friends just don't like it. Maybe you tend to pick, like, I don't know, staying inside and playing video games, but some of your friends are extroverts and every now and then they'd like to go to the club, and that would be really nice for them. You know, those kinds of things. You get it. You get it. I'm not your friend anymore. I didn't hate The Last Jedi, specifically because I thought it was setting up Evil Rey, and I like, oh god, I wanted Evil Rey so bad. I'm so ready for Evil Rey. I didn't really feel like the sequel trilogy was trying to be the original, but I can see why people feel that way. No problem. Bye, Coop. Enjoy your Minecraft. Everyone has power. Oh, Cece, that's so awesome. Oh, man. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You go, Cece. Hell yeah. That's fucking bomb. That's bomb ass. So you don't really feel like it? it's power is just hard. Power is just one of those things. Like, I clearly, hello, talking to this chat filled with 73 people, I clearly have a lot of power. At least over this community. I have a lot of power over this community and like what precedents we set for behavior, what is rewarded and what is punished. I don't like the word punished, but like, you know, I have outsized power over this space. That it's a thing that I think about a lot, because a lot of times it's like as like a fun influencer conversation, it's such a weird thing because I try really, really hard to remember that I have a lot of power and I need to conduct myself very responsibly and cautiously because I have so much power. However, at the same time, the experience of like starting streaming and then ending up here, I feel like the same person that I was when I started streaming, right? So even though things are happening to me and I'm like, wow, that's wild, that's a weird thing that doesn't happen to a like normal person, a person without additional power. When those things happen, I kind of just go like, that doesn't fit my self-conception, and like I don't know how to internalize that. I don't know how to internalize like that. So like there's been lots of times where despite how hard I tried to be to like manage my power well, I realized that I actually have way more power than I feel like I do still. And that it's just hard for me to come to grips with that because it's like a really weird thing. Like at some points it feels like I'm trying to convince myself that I'm like famous, or it feels like I'm trying to be like a megalomaniac or something, and I'm not, but like it's weird to try and integrate into your head like, oh, I influence people, like, oh, I have a platform. Like it's weird to conceive of yourself that way. That's like it's not part of my self-conception because I see myself as just a person, but that's a dangerous trap to fall into as an influencer. It's a bad thing to fall into. It is very dangerous for all the people around you if you fall into that trap. So it's like, it's very interesting. We just need more villain protagonists. I agree. I love the prequels and I am proud. I don't love the prequels, but I do love the sand speech. So. Yeah, be proud of what you love. There's no shame in loving the prequels. Anybody who's gonna shame you for loving the prequels is a steaming turd ball. So you enjoyed the trilogy? I felt like The Force Awakens was, first of all, I don't think that it felt too similar to the old trilogy, because I don't think that they just like lifted it and put it, there were a lot of bad decisions. I think, like, why is she on a desert planet? You could literally have her on any other planet. Like there were a lot of those kinds of bad decisions, but I don't think that like starting off from a place where it's fairly similar to the original trilogy is bad. But that only holds true if, like the original movie was kind of foreshadowing, you actually take the story somewhere different. And like, I guess they kind of ended up taking the story somewhere different, just like not anywhere meaningfully different, because the story was cobbled together like literally as they went, flying by the seat of their pants, and they didn't have like a story in mind for the whole trilogy. So like it just is incomprehensible. It makes no sense. It's bad. But I liked where, like, the problem with me in the movies, excepting the last one's just a mess, but with the first two, I can see the vision. Like I feel like, you know, knowing narrative well enough, like as a writer myself, I feel like I can see what their paths for these characters were, and they're different for every movie, again, because they didn't freaking plan it out at all, and you can't do that when you're writing anything that is more than one contained item. If you're gonna do a multiple part series, you have to know where you're taking the series. My God, that shouldn't be hard. It's fine. Yeah, but so my issue is more just like, yeah. I like the movies individually because I can see kind of the vision of what each of the directors wanted, and I feel like if we actually had gotten those visions, excepting the last one, forget the last one, I feel like if we had actually gotten those visions, that would have been great. That being said, the last movie is still kind of my favorite movie just because it's what a wonderful romp. I have never laughed so hard in a movie theater as I did when I watched that movie. Nobody hates Star Wars more than Star Wars fans. Well, I just think that, like, from a narrative standpoint, starting off the prequels in a similar way or starting off the sequels in a similar way is, like, very valid. I also don't think they were that similar. Like, a lot of people are just like, The Force Awakens is literally just the first movie, and I'm like, it's not. It's not. It's setting up entirely different things, actually. So there's a lot of signals that it's the same, and that was intentional. They wanted you to feel like it was a fairly similar starting point to, at least the original director wanted you to feel like it was a fairly similar starting point to the original trilogy because they were going to go somewhere different, and they were laying the groundwork for that. So it's not like 100% the same, though it does echo, especially like visually, musically, with a trio. Like a lot of these things, it echoes a lot, but yeah, man, so disappointing. I can't believe that such a giant corporation running these movies messed it up so badly. Like, who on earth thought that it was a good idea to spend millions of dollars filming 3 separate movies that there is not a prepared plot for? I think Hollywood's gotten too used to adapting books. So that they were like, it'll be easy, and then they were like, oh crap, there's not like an original script for us to follow that does the thinking for us. It's fine. That's true. Sorry. Also, Luke and Leia, you know, Luke and Leia in the original trilogy. Woof. I like Rey as a character. I will defend Rey. I hate how they wrote out Finn. They were just like, Finn doesn't matter anymore. Like, I hate. They did Finn so dirty. They did Rose so dirty. I admit I didn't enjoy Rose's character in the second movie. But that was their fault for writing that movie in that way and her character in that way. That wasn't Rose's fault. Like, I feel like Rose could have been an enjoyable character. They just, there was a lot of problems. Yeah, God, Kelly Marie Tran did not. God, poor. Oh God. Sometimes I'm like, we don't deserve nice things when that's what happens, you know? An interesting thing that people are awfully opinionated about. Nah, no, that's completely false, Roni. The sequel trilogy does have creative thoughts throughout the trilogy. They do. It's just that, again, like, the directors are completely deconstructing all of the things that the director before them set up when they're starting the new movies. So there were actually a lot of interesting things that they were going to do. And then it all got scrapped. Like, that's the thing, is like, oh God, there were cool things. There were cool ways. Man, it sucks so much. Like, I cannot imagine how livid I would be if that happened to something I write. Like, knowing how I write things, I'm the kind of person, I layer in a lot of things before we actually get to the point where that conflict shows up. I like foreshadow it a lot and I set things up a lot. I can't imagine if I had written that first movie, setting up all this cool shit, and then the second movie happens and they scrap it all. I would be so livid. Because then they're not even the same characters at the same point. They're having like one story arc, and then in the second movie it's like a different story arc, and then in the third movie they're not even the same characters anymore. Like, come on. Oh. Shiseta? On embracing conflict, hitting it head on, and dealing with it constructively. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god, really? Whoa! Thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the... I can't believe it! Wow, Key Club seems so long ago. That's wild. That's wild. Thank you. Thank you for that. That's so sweet. Oh my god, that's so great. That's so great. And honestly, you were such a kind person when I met you. I feel like I learned a lot from how warm you were. But... yeah, thank you. If book that might help, Brené Brown. She has it's better as an audiobook because it's more of a talk than it is books. But I think it's The Power of Vulnerability, which is the book that I read. I would recommend it because I think that it really ties in to why it's so difficult to embrace conflict. See if I can find the title. The Power of Vulnerability, yeah. That's what it was. Make it for everyone and then there's no vision. Yeah, and like, they didn't want to tell a story, they wanted to market a movie, is the thing with those movies. So even though, again, like the directors were trying, like, it's not like the teams on those projects weren't trying. It's definitely corporate meddling. Like, that's 100% what happened is like, because like, looking at those movies, no person who prides themselves on creating things, no person who prides themselves on creating stories, nobody is proud to be part of those 3 movies. Nobody is proud to say that they worked on those movies. Now, nobody wanted them to turn out that way. None of those people were like phoning it in and half-assing it. Those people were all so excited and proud to work on a Star Wars movie. They wanted it to be so good. No director, no writer would willingly let that trilogy turn out the way that it did. Yeah, I was so excited for what they were gonna do with Finn. And then they didn't. Even then, like, the way that Disney wrote this, like, there is a way to write, because, like, TV shows do it, right? There is a way to write sequential storytelling where, or, like, fan fiction is another case. Serialized fiction. Charles Dickens. There's ways to write serialized fiction when you don't know, a lot of manga and anime too, although, like, this is it, because, like, a lot of stories also jump the shark in the middle because the writer doesn't know where to take the story. But at the same time, there are stories where, like, as a whole, you can write it well. The thing about that, though, is that no corporation is going to want to actually write a story as you go, because doing that, like, the only real way, in my opinion, like, with how I know how to write, the only real way that you could do that, where like, you're bringing in new people to the project, you have absolutely no idea where the rest of the story is going to go, is to focus in on the characters and have the characters carry you into the next part of the story. So the character threads, whatever their plot arcs are, whatever they're going through, that has to be what carries them on through, right? So the problem with that is that sometimes when you're not thinking ahead, the way you write characters that makes the most sense for them to do is stuff that's not marketable. Like, maybe you find out that now that you're writing the characters, Finn and Poe actually have pretty good chemistry, and Disney doesn't want to have a main screen gay relationship in a Star Wars movie, so now you can't do that. So now what do? Now when you write the scenes, the company tells you that the scenes are too gay. They don't want them anymore. Like, there's too much bromance in there. Take them out. Now you don't have Finn and Poe talking to each other. Like, there's things like that happen when you're writing a story sequentially, where it's like the thing that most organically makes sense for the character is not the thing that the company thinks is marketable. It's not the thing that they want. So now we're gonna have to construct an entirely different thing, and these characters are gonna feel like different people.
I'll support.
It's such a disaster. You thought TLJ was kind of weak, but set up some cool concepts. Oh, there it goes! There it goes! Oh, thanks, sorry. I did have an outsized personality there. Hey, Fuzzborn! We're just talking about the new trilogy. In as spoiler-free of a way as possible as well, please. She was more emotional than any one character in all the movies, save for maybe Han Solo. Yeah, I will definitely defend Rey's character, and again, because having, a lot of people were like, Rey's a Mary Sue, and I disagree with that, but whatever. Even if you do think that Rey is a Mary Sue, which I think is a valid interpretation, it's just one I disagree with, but if you do think that Rey is a Mary Sue, the plot, again, there were so many hints about, that becoming a problem. Yeah, she was really powerful, but, they were setting her up for her power to be an issue. Whether that was she stayed good and she was so powerful that she couldn't control it, or that she was easily manipulated, so now they've got, you've got this person who's, a really powerful, kind of, I don't know, atomic bomb level weapon that you can use, but they're really easily flipped to the other side. There's ways that you can make that really interesting. So even if she was a Mary Sue and she was too good at everything, which I think is very loaded criticism, but even if that was your criticism, I think that there was more that you could have done with that still would have made her an interesting, complex character and would have made the story very interesting, but they didn't do it, so. Mary Sues aren't inherently bad, just like no trope is inherently bad. And again, I don't think Rey is a Mary Sue, just because Mary Sue is a very specific concept, and an extremely competent character is not inherently the same thing as a Mary Sue. Even an overly competent character. There's not a single vision through the 3 movies. Yeah, every director doing their own thing. You right. Ah, got it. So George Lucas was the creative. I hear you. I hope you enjoy it, Blackguard. Good night, Harvest. Thank you. Yes, I will respond to you as well. I apologize that I'm late on that. Finn X Poe could have been a thing. They had a lot of chemistry. They did so nothing with Finn, and I was so because oh man. Again, they were to me, Rey was kind of the but Finn and Rey were the dual protagonists. I felt like they were at least with the first movie, I felt like they were gonna make a point with Rey and Finn being dual protagonists. Especially because Finn has really weak powers and Rey has really strong powers in the beginning. That seemed intentional to me. It's fine. It's fine. We can't put a black man with a white woman. People don't like to see that, so it's just, oh man, they did Finn so dirty, and it was so racially motivated, and it sucks. It sucks. And not necessarily because the directors were doing it racially motivated, but because the audience responded in such a way, and Mace Windu wasn't a Jedi with Force powers? Wait, what was he? Do I think the sequel trilogy is fun to watch? I don't know, I haven't rewatched the sequel trilogy as a whole. I think the last movie is really fun to watch. I think the second movie is not a fun watch, mostly because I do not enjoy how much screen time Finn and Rose, like, that was a really big mistake with the second movie, in my opinion. It's not, I don't even think that it's that Rose is, like, a bad character. I think that they chose to devote, like, so much of the runtime to essentially a scene cul-de-sac that had a point to it, but was not the interesting thing that any of us were excited about in the movie. And, like, going to see this other planet was not something I was excited about. I wanted to see cool lore about Jedi magic powers. And I wanted, like, Rey's story. And I wanted that to be most of the story, actually. I didn't want these really long scenes focusing on Finn and Rose about this other stuff. Where the action didn't even feel fun to watch. And it was actually kind of hard to follow with the way they shot it, in my opinion. So I don't think that the second movie is... Like, I feel like if you cut out that whole side plot, the second movie's fun. But for me, that side plot, why'd they do it? I just think it was a mistake. They tried Rey and Finn, but there wasn't anything there on screen. Potentially quite valid. I think they had really great friend chemistry, and I would have loved to see some kind of exploration of a platonic relationship between them. I do think that they were intending it to be romantic, though. Like, I think they were really intending for it to be romantic, and that the reason they didn't go for it, more than them not having chemistry, is, you know, the same reason that Finn, you know, poor Finn. Blackguard, yes, I have. I have had that happen in my own writing. Blackguard asked if I ever had that happen in my own writing where I have a fun plot point down the road, but writing it, the characters are moving away from what I intended for them to do. And what do I do in that situation? So it really depends on what the plot point is and how important that plot point is to the plot at large. But I will always err on the side of I'm gonna follow the characters and see where they go, because I believe, and like in my experience, it's at least with how I like to write, it's panned out that following the characters almost always gives a more interesting story than whatever I wanted to write down, because discovering a story in the process of creating it is going to lead to more interesting associations and ideas and like things that you can do than me like plotting out logically where the next part of the story should go and where I think the characters should end up, you know? It's, for me, sticking to that too much makes it feel inorganic. It makes the characters like, again, Harry Potter was just such a big cultural touchstone that it's a good reference for this, is that like the characters start feeling a lot less like who they are. Coincidentally, after J.K. Rowling left that one publishing house where my conspiracy theory about the editors making Harry Potter good really stands, but the characters stopped feeling like they were the same characters throughout the course of the story, and by the end of the story, even J.K. Rowling admitted that she was making decisions that didn't make sense for the characters. She admitted after the books came out that she was making decisions that didn't make sense for the characters because that was how she had planned it. Like, she admitted that she wanted Harry and Hermione actually to get together instead because they make way more sense than Hermione and Ron do, and they do, and that sucks because I was a huge Hermione and Ron shipper, but I'm also way older now and it totally makes more sense that way. Just because like Harry just like respected and was nicer to Hermione generally. It's fine. But yeah, so for me, unless I'm working on a project with other people where straying from the outline would cause tremendous harm to the project and to them, I prefer to follow the characters. I agree, sorry. I feel like She's a Mary Sue is really loaded because it tends to be, or at least back in the day, it tended to be like a really sexist thing people would throw out at any like woman character who was good at stuff, or like who the story focused on too much, or she had like too much magical power or whatever. People would get mad at female characters for being Mary Sues all the time. So it's a really loaded term, and which is why I really hate that it's used in reference to Star Wars, because I feel like you absolutely can criticize Rey's character, but I feel like the fact that she's known as a Mary Sue is more indicative of the overall group of people and like the overall tone of discussion with the people who came out for those Star Wars discussions. The same people who kind of really hated Rose, you know? I'm like, there was a certain kind of person in the Star Wars discussions, and I feel like they were the one who coined Rey as a Mary Sue, and then it came into the popular consciousness more so. I'm just gonna be behind forever because I take too long to respond to each of your points. Yeah, SPC, that's such a thing, that like girl stuff for some reason is like, that's, well, but like that's exactly like, that's the thing that lesbians experience all the time, right? Is that like women loving each other is not real or the same as like, or as threatening as men loving each other, because women loving each other is like, I mean, you know what it is. There's no penis, so it's not that we don't have to worry about a penis penetrating the vagina before a man can get there, so it doesn't matter if lesbians love each other. It's not as threatening. And it's also like sexy. Like, yeah, it's a whole can of worms. So I fully understand what you mean, SPC, about like seeing women loving each other on screen and like not necessarily having that be a moment where you're like, yay, representation, but having that be a moment where you're like like, I want to celebrate it, I really do. Like, dual protagonists, I know. Oh, I hate the way the audience reacted. Okay, hang on, I'm still catching down. She started self-vetting, not even that conspiracy, oh well. That too, Shazzy. I think that the vitriol that was directed at Rey kind of outs Rey, Finn, Rose. People weren't that mad at Poe. Did you notice? It's because Poe was fine. But like the people who, the characters who got angrily, vehemently attacked. Because again, you can criticize stuff without getting angry about it, as it turns out. Ooh. Bopped out those spoilers. Thanks. The Mary Sue, yeah, still going on, still used in that way. Who is Mary Sue? I can explain that. Oh, thank you for gifting a sub to Fuzzborn. And it's your first gift sub. Thank you for your first gift sub. Should I call you Shiseta? I don't know how to pronounce your username. Noonie, thank you for the 300 biddies. I'm sorry that my alerts are not going off. It's just slow on updating. That's 100% what it is. It just doesn't see it yet. It'll come up eventually.
I'll support you.
I was so scared of being... Literally the first piece of writing that I ever showed to someone was to my older sister, and admittedly, it was a character that was a Mary Sue, but goddamn, that didn't have to be the very first thing that I heard someone comment on my writing. Like, yeah, I was writing a Mary Sue. I was like 6. Of course I was writing about like my Hermione OC who had like eyes that changed color with her mood. Like, yeah, she was a Mary Sue, but I was like 6. Cut me some slack, you know? I was so scared for so long of that kind of thing. Thank you, Elemental. Good night. Where on the rainbow am I? I am demisexual and pansexual. So that is my place on the rainbow. Which is such a cute way to ask.
Mew, mew, mew.
Aw.
Mew, mew, mew.
There we go. There it goes. Yeah, Noonie, it's honestly been really nice. It's been hard, like, obviously, but accepting the hard part, if I'm paying attention to the rest of what's happened over the past few weeks, it's been really, really great. So that thing I do with touching my lips, anxiety. Oh, how I like, yeah, I definitely pick at my lips. That's a thing. It's because I have a thyroid problem, so my lips are really dry. And so I also I move my hands a lot. And fun fact about body language, people will touch their lip. Like, so if you're talking and you touch your lip, it's because you're trying to hold back. One of the reasons can be because you're trying to hold back something, a response that you have to say to another person. So if you're like talking to someone and they're like, and it's because they're holding something back. The other reason that people touch their lips a lot, touch like this part of their face a lot, is when they're deep in thought, actually. Something that we do when we're really thinking is we like touch the lower half. So like this and those kinds of things, we actually do that. Mary Sue in the trope context originated from a Star Trek fanfiction. Did it? Oh God. The white passing mail wasn't criticized. What are the odds? And he was funny. Well, and like, I guess Kylo Ren was criticized, but not that vehemently. I'm surprised that Kylo Ren wasn't more criticized in the first movie, actually. Everybody went for Rey, and I'm like, why are we not, like, Kylo Ren is like, I'm not criticizing his character, because this is a very valid take to have for him, but I'm just like, whiny, like, 20-year-old boy Kylo Ren, being like, temper tantrum, I don't get what I want. I'm like, it didn't intimidate me because I know a lot of Kylo Rens. So I'm like, I wouldn't have gone there with this character. I see what they're trying to do though, and I appreciate what they're trying to do, but like, wow, he's so whiny. It's fine. Notifications aren't going off. Yeah. Well. Oh. Shiza? A Shiseta. Shiseta? A shithead. Yeah, there's a better, more valid way to criticize. For sure. Oh, I can feel that, Shazzy. Yeah, I'm like 30. I have a lot of chapstick. It's not a chapstick thing, it's a thyroid thing. I use so much. Hey, Papa Zillion. What? Lowest birth rate is at retirement homes? There's no way. That's fake. That sounds like fake science. What are you coming in here with that for? It super is, Fuzz. It super is. And, like, can I just, like, real quickly, to legitimize my own struggle real quick, I just wanted to say, it was so nice to have my nutritionist listen to me and be like, oh my God, you don't have an appetite, do you? And I was like, no. And she was like, do you struggle to stay hydrated? And I was like, yes. And she was like, you don't have thirst either, do you? And I was like, no. And she was like, that's hard. And I was like, thank you. Yes, it is. It sucks to never want to eat food. Like, it sucks to never be hungry. It sucks to always be full and always have to force yourself to eat food. It sucks. It sucks. I felt so validated by my nutritionist. Because, like, I'm always dehydrated and everybody's like, Kara, why are you dehydrated? Why aren't you? And I'm like, girl, if you don't get the signals, it's hard. Shysta. Okay, Shysta. That does sound like shit in German. Oh yeah, Shazzy, I can feel that. I can feel that with them too. Mm-hmm. Yeah. They wrote Kylo like he was but he was meant to be. He was meant to be that. They wanted to catch. the second movie, they did exactly what they wanted to do. They wanted to catch the Tumblr teens, the Tumblr teen girls to be like, oh my god, she's gonna redeem him. Like, they wanted that, and they got it, and they did a good job. My like, oh, I can't share this because it's a spoiler, never mind. Was very Sith. It is very Sith. It is very Sith. It's just, the thing that, Blackheart, the thing that, like, made it so intense for me is that it's so transparently, like I have had younger white men come at me with the Kylo Ren energy of like, I'm entitled to the thing that I want, and you're not allowed to be better than me at this thing, and if you're better than me at this thing, then like, I've had it's every bit as unpleasant as I just made it sound. So that's like, Kylo Ren was someone that I couldn't take seriously because I'm like, I've encountered and sparred with many of you, Kylo Ren, and like, every time you are sad and pathetic to me. Every time. So it's like not a thing that I'm like, oh, scary, intimidated by. I'm just like, you're pathetic. It's fine. It's fine, but I'm sure you guys can imagine that, like, as an overachiever, there's just a lot of people who get mad, like, especially with, like, boys growing up, like, when you're young and, like, people still aren't used to things. Like, boys hated it when I beat them at things, when I was, like, better at them, better at games than them. Oh, when I beat them in sports, that was a really big problem. When I, like, beat people in Taekwondo, like, because I'm a black belt, so I would, like, fight in tournaments and stuff, mostly against women, but when we did, in class, I would fight against other boys, and when I beat them, they were so mad. I'm just like, I mean, that's your baggage. It's fine. Hey, Sunshine. If it's not working, you're not hungry. Yep. Oh, it's what fainting goats do? Whoa. So does that mean like does that like trigger every time you get shocked? Chronic illness friends though. That's nice. Oh God, sorry, that's a lot. Because it just starts being unfun. You know, it becomes a job in that case. Choosing who you tell about it or not. I'm very open with my hidden diseases. I don't give a shit. Anybody who's gonna think that I am a different person because I have a chronic illness is just like not, like, I'm just gonna tell you the truth, because if you're the kind of person who's gonna avoid me because of that, then I don't want you around me, because like, no matter what, trying to forge a friendship with you would have been a waste of time, because you were always going to leave when you found out I had a chronic illness. There wasn't going to be a way that I was going to be able to, like, con you into being my friend by making you care about me before I revealed something that might make you see me as less than human. It's a whole thing. It's like, I have this personality because I'm also black, so I'm just like, if you don't like what you see, then we shouldn't be friends, so it's better for you to disappear. But it's also, like, that's me. I'm a very open person. Potentially too open. Whereas, like, that's something, and especially, like, there's so many different forces in society at play with that too, right? Like, is it the kind of thing where, like, you were raised to be seen as a provider, or just, like, the strong one in your family, and, like, admitting or being open about that makes people treat you differently, especially in your family? Does it mean that they coddle you? Does it mean they don't let you do the things you want to do? Like, there's so many factors at play. But that's why I'm really open about it, because I want to change those. And at least for me, because I have this platform, like, me being open about it is actually a way to create small amounts of change. And it was abandoned. No, you wanted Kylo to take Rey to the dark side. I think that would have been cool too. Like, cause that just would have been fun. It would have been fun. I agree, it's bees. Adrenaline. Got it. Ooh, yeah. Ooh. Shysetta. I also have PTSD, so I get like adrenaline rushes at the most inconsequential things. I cannot imagine, because like for me it's like anytime there's like a loud noise, somebody like dropping something, boom, adrenaline. It's like it can be so little, just somebody like walking around a corner, boom, adrenaline. So I can't even imagine. Every day you fear that you are that white male. Honestly though, I know that this is an unpopular opinion. Okay, let me rephrase that. This is a take that is hard to bring up in places that aren't safe, where there's a lot of trust and people know what you mean, right? But like, it is hard to be a white guy right now. Like as an influencer, I think I feel some of the same pressure that a lot of like white guys feel, where it's like there's pressure to behave in a certain way, regardless of how much any individual person understands why those pressures are there, or like which parts of their behavior are bad, which parts of their behavior are affecting things, and like the lack of knowledge about which things are the things that are dangerous or are bad, are harmful to other people. And on top of that, the kind of like, because there's so many white guys out there giving people a bad name, really, and like that's what it is. Like there's white guys who are problems, and like especially younger white guys tend to be more of the problem because they haven't had a lot of life experience, haven't had to engage with a lot of people who might have different perspectives. So if you grow up in a certain kind of community, you know, again, like from my perspective, for most people, it's not their fault that they're ignorant, because we all grow up in this really racist society, and then like we don't equip people well. We tell people to go out and find the information, but that information is not easy to find when you don't know what to look for. And also when you don't know which takes are like which of the takes are the ones that you listen to, because there's a lot of contradictory takes even within communities themselves. There's a lot of contradictory takes about like there's so many contradictory takes. It's fine. I don't need to bring anyone up because I don't want to go into them, but there's a lot of contradictory takes, and when you don't know where to look, and on top of that, like also race, as a white guy, you probably, like most white guys probably do have a lot of behaviors that aren't ideal, and that's not their fault. Like it's no one's fault that we were raised in this podunk town. And it's no one's fault that like we weren't prepared for our society to so rapidly become more inclusive and diverse, which is a great thing, but it's not like we like have a prepared course somewhere that we can like point to people like, here's the course that's gonna like really explain to you what's going on, and it's gonna be like really nuanced and in depth, and there's gonna be a lot of empathy provided so that you don't feel ashamed as you're learning, because as we've talked about, shame doesn't help people learn. And it seems rough out there. But additionally, I want to say that like, as scary as it is, it's scary for everyone all the time. So like, it's new for white men to be experiencing this level of like societal prejudice, and it's new for white men to like, they can't go out into places and talk because people assume they have bad intentions. That's new. It's new for white men, and it's not new for like anyone else. Like, white women have had to deal with it, people of color have had to deal with it, gay people have had to deal with it, like just like non-binary, like just like everybody's had to deal with it in some shape or form. So now it's coming down really hard on white guys, but it's also like kind of a completely new experience for white guys in that in this way, where it's like society is pressuring you to behave differently, and like that wasn't, aside from pressuring white men to be more masculine men, that wasn't like a thing. So it's complicated. I have a lot of sympathy. I have a lot of sympathy, not empathy, because I've never been a white guy, I don't know. But I have a lot of sympathy for it, especially when people are actually good faith trying to learn and they do get shut down and shamed for it. I hate it when that happens, but it happens a lot, and like that sucks, because no one learns anything, and if anything, that pushes people away from wanting to learn about marginalized identities and their issues when they get shamed for getting something wrong or asking the wrong question, you know? So I mean, I just wanted to take the time to acknowledge that that is an issue. It is happening. Hang on, still catching up. Dude's always the character, always throwing temper tantrums. I agree. Aw. Good, good. It's bees. That's what I'm trying to do. Ta like duh. Oh, got it. Shizeta. 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 You're just gonna need to send me an audio file. To make your ideal Star Wars. That's true. That is what fanfic is for. That is very real. It's bees. Is that like we talked about it in that old video. Please just go watch that old VOD. Seriously. Such a good conversation that we had about so many of the mental blocks that can keep, I guess, dominant identities from understanding the issues of non-dominant identities, and not for a lack of trying or care, but just because it's hard to see what you don't know exists and you need someone to explain it in a certain way in order to see it, right? So, but one of those things that we talked about was the tendency for all of these things, especially for like, again, the place that I'm most familiar with it is with race. So especially for like white people, when you try to sit down and explain you're doing a racist thing, and white people are like, you're calling me racist, that's a deep insult to my character, how dare you? I refuse to listen, / I'm very defensive right now and I'm trying not to be, but like, that was like, why did you have to come at me so loaded? And like, for POC, it's like, I'm not being loaded, I'm just stating a fact. Like, again, we're all racist, so me pointing out that you did something racist is not necessarily a statement about you, it's a statement about our behavior, kind of thing. So, yeah, that is a whole lesson to learn, is like, not to take things personally, even when people are really angry, and that's a very hard thing to do, but it is a thing to do. It really does suck to have most people assume the worst of you. Like, I don't like it when people do that to me. So I understand when white guys also don't like it when it happens to them. It sucks. The power dynamics are totally different. Oh. Thanks, Gus Back. Hang on, still catching up. If I'm not single-handedly fixing all of the world's problems, then I'm part of the problem. Oh, social justice to funnel rage into. Rage is never, yeah, meh. Ugh. The world is scary in general. People don't know that they don't know stuff. Yeah. Yeah. And that's kind of the issue, Sunshine, is that it's a lot easier to assume that like random white guys have bad intentions, because the consequences of like if you're like, this white guy has good intentions, the consequences if you're wrong are so much worse than if you're wrongly assuming like but like that doesn't mean that it's right. That doesn't mean that it's the right thing to do. I don't how do I say this? I don't think that, I try to take each person that I meet as each person that I meet, and I try to be like, you are going to show me who you are through what you say and your behavior, and that's going to be what I'm going to judge you on. And you can judge somebody way faster on their behavior than you can based off of what category of group that they belong to. It's just that, if I'm having a conversation about race on Twitch and someone with a random username comes in and says something that like could be a well-meant question, but it's their first time talking in the chat, and it is a weird question to ask. Like it's like, I'm watching you. You know what I mean? Yeah, Fuzzburn, I agree. There's like a lot of that, like, we're gonna show the worst of what racism is, and then not actually showing people how, like, most racism shows up. Right? You don't know that it's pressure, you think it's holding white guys accountable, and that is a good thing. Yeah, I guess, when I said that, I had a very particular situation in mind. So it depends on the context of the situation, it super does. You're right. And that makes them easy prey for falling into that alt-right trap too. I mean, both of it does. I'm a username. I was trying to say a username, CC. I think, yeah, the phrase, if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem, is definitely meant to be a reaction to the, what's the word that I'm looking for? The, I don't want to say, like, placating. I'm trying to say the, God, I know there's a perfect word that I'm looking for, and it's not coming to my head right now. The the apathy that the majority, like, if we're removing it from, because 2021, especially after last year, we have a very different relationship to race in America now, clearly, because of, like, this conversation is happening. I can't tell you how different this is from my youth. But, like, let's take this and let's put it back in the 2000s. Back in the 2000s, there were so many white people who just chose not to care that racism was happening because they could choose to look away. So, and, like, I can't necessarily blame them, because if I saw people being mistreated on a mass scale, I'd also want to pretend like that wasn't existing and that didn't happen. I just also wouldn't. So like that, it's definitely because, like, there is a certain mindset where people think that the as long as I'm not going around being racist to people, I'm not contributing. And that's because of all of the things that I've explained, especially, again, in that last VOD, kind of talking about, like, white culture and how white culture becomes the dominant workplace culture, and it becomes this standard that all other people of color from different cultures are held up to, despite the fact that our cultures don't mesh one-to-one in that way. But we're expected to learn how to behave appropriately in a white cultural context, and white people aren't expected to learn how to behave appropriately in, like white people aren't expected to adopt the conflict managing methods of, like, Black culture or Hispanic culture, or, you know, but we are expected to adopt the way that white people solve problems if we want to be seen as professional and reasonable. So it's more about that. But it definitely does, like we said with slogans, it does definitely get boiled down into something way more simple.
I'll support you.
Because it's so complicated. Hey, Krathian. Hey, Jipotla! Hey! Welcome back. Thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. And also, Psyduck! Oh, thank you. I'm very glad that I'm here too. Oh, congrats on your 1-year anniversary, Psyduck. Welcome back to the fold. I'm doing pretty well, Krathian, yeah. Complacency, yeah. Complacency might be a really good, might have been the word. Zmihan. I'm so vain, I probably thought that whole convo was about me. Do I have an opinion of Biden as far as BIPOC policy goes? I mean, Biden in general has done a lot better than I thought he would, and on a lot of things. I cannot make a blanket statement about his BIPOC policy because there's a lot there. There's a lot there, but honestly, like, I think that he does he does actually want to make a lot of change. Like, because I've been like reading like I haven't just been following like what is the president and the Congress doing. I've also been following like what federal agencies are doing, what people are being put in which places, what are the policy changes that they're making that are outside of Congress. I've been focusing on that a lot. Mostly, I just wish that our Congress, I wish that we could just get bills through Congress. That's really what it is, because most of the things that I think would help are bills to go through Congress, and like those bills not going through is a fault of our system being kind of broken right now, more so than it is a fault of the current administration. And right now I would much rather see literally any kind of, well, not literally any, but I would rather see any kind of bill that could progress and get through Congress, and that's so much more important to me than the nitty-gritty of whether I think that, like, the Biden administration is positioning themselves properly, or which things they think are important and which things they're doing or not doing. There's a lot there to unpack. There's a lot there to unpack, and I don't think that I will on this stream. Wasn't the 2000s like 5,000 years ago? Melina Pendulum? No, I've never heard of her actually. I agree, Rover Under. If we saw that modeled, it might be better. But then again, like the places where we most like, it's hard in this particular cultural social moment for people to show that they're learning and have that not be seen as pandering. So the only way people are able to show that they're learning is by organically putting it into, at least online, putting it into their content. Whereas like trying to show that you're learning comes off as like virtue signaling, which is such a phrase. Sorry, still reading, still catching up. Right, Gusback? Still fighting the good fight, the Darcyist. But they just aren't going through, right? Well, we're not completely set up to get bills through Congress because the freaking filibuster, it's fine. We don't need to go into it. There's so much. Biden is doing more than any past president has done, like, with his intentions, with the way he's written bills, with things that he's, like, I will say, and I don't know whether this is an unpopular opinion, and I don't really care. I think government is a really complex job. I think it's really hard. I think there's so much there, and I think that, like, the Biden administration is actually genuinely trying to solve problems in America, and that's more than I can say for almost any other administration that, like, I've been alive for.
I'll support you.
Like, I have never seen an administration where, like, I see an article come out in a day about a problem that the administration... Hey, Rom, thank you! Oh, and Pretty of Time, hello, thank you for the raid! Let me finish this thought real quick. I haven't, like, been alive for an administration where I see an article come out one day calling out the administration for something that they're doing badly or not doing at all. And then, like, a day or two later, I see that same issue addressed by the administration, regardless of whether they're fixing it, at least addressed to, like people aren't talking to a vacuum, and it's just a weird place to be in. Like, that's not, I don't remember that ever happening. Granted, I was young during the last presidency, so maybe it has, but, like, it's a weird feeling. It's just a weird feeling. And again, that's not to say that I'm, like, 100% on board for everything the administration does, but, like, it's weird to have someone trying, at least. They're trying, and I appreciate that. Welcome back, Emmy. Rom, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. Yeah, I'm glad to be here. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm sorry, I wanted to finish that thought, but I'm not intending to talk that much about the administration today, just because I think it's a stressful topic. It is indeed a phrase. It was designed to make change so slowly. After we've tried everything else. But never anything actually passing. It's frustrating. Yeah, exactly. There's so much like legislation that I read about and I'm like, oh my God. And then like it doesn't go through and I'm like. So again, it's not like there are solutions and there's like solutions that I strongly agree with. And they're out there. They're in there. There's bills. There's people trying to get them passed. They're just not passing. And I'm not going to like group blame, be like, it's all Biden's fault. Like it's not. Our system's been a little broken for a little while now. We haven't been able to get anything through Congress in like 20 years, kind of. Very broadly speaking. So, American system of justice be weird. Princess Weaknesses. Oh, It's Lit. I've always wanted to watch It's Lit. Maybe I actually should then. Cheers. Sorry. The government just dissolves. God, I wish we could do that. Tim, hi! Thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. Where people vote directly on bills. That's what we do here in Washington, and I like it a lot. I agree. So, like, I agree. Sorry. And, like, this is going to be the last thing I'm going to say about this administration. Again, because I have nuanced thoughts on this, and I'm not going to be, like, I have thoughts that, like, would take probably days for me to, like, express because I have so many thoughts. So, like, don't extrapolate out broad black and white thoughts from what I'm saying. But, like, considering from my perspective, from my uneducated, like, I'm not an expert in societal cultures and like national trends or anything. But considering from my perspective, what has caused America to get so bad and divisive like this is the, like, basically the dire straits that we're in and all of the ways that, like, all of the things that have been going wrong, all of the things that have been bad, like all of the ways that we have been left behind by our country by them just deciding not to pass bills. I have been very reassured to see that the administration is trying to be transparent and, like, open and, like, trying to, like, basically putting conflict resolution measures back in, like, trying to restore the faith. And that is so important to me that is something that is being done. That basically the Biden administration has 100% talked to a lot of experts about, like, when the country is this fractured, when people are like this, how do we conduct ourselves as a government to try to help stabilize things? And I think that was smart of them to do, and I'm really glad that they did it. I'm really glad that they actually talked to people who, like, study conspiracy theories, study national trends, study, like, demographics, study all these things, and, like, picked a strategy that was designed, at least, to try to help us feel more stable, feel more trusting, feel more like we're being taken care of and like we're being listened to. I'm glad, at least, like, that's honestly, to me, that's the place where the administration has, probably for the rest of history, aside from, like, getting the bills passed to actually help us, has the most impact, is, like, we've got to get people having faith in the government again if we want the government to continue to exist. So, and I'm glad that they picked the route of, like, transparency and, like, talking instead of literally any other way that we run our government. Final Fantasy VIII deserves a remake, including narrative fix-ups. Final Fantasy VIII would be so great if it got the funding and the budget. But, like, if it's gonna be like Final Fantasy VII-R, you can miss me with that. No offense, I don't like Final Fantasy VII-R. This is narrative. I don't like the way they handled the narrative. I love the dialogue, though. Yeah, I agree, Jacob. And I feel, and like, that's what I mean. That's why it's like, we're actually having an impact on this administration, and that's wild to see that we can affect our government. That hasn't been a thing. Yeah, Crethian, that's so real. All right, bye, Rom. Thank you. Confidence motions.
I'll support you.
See, it seems smart to have some kind of way built in to prevent gridlock, which we don't currently have. We don't currently have that here. Ooh, good luck, Emmy. I'm catching up. I will thank you appropriately. Yeah, directly voting on such bills, we see that here in Washington, where like basically bills come out that would be like, for example, like a soda tax. There was a soda tax that like Washington was pitching like a couple of years ago or something. And the soda companies came out and they were like, they're not taxing soda, they're taxing your entire grocery bill. Poor people won't be able to eat food. So Washington voted against it because it got framed in that terrible way. So sorry, or Metal Corpse Man, I think it was. Yeah, I do think that, like, I would love it. I would love that, but we don't have enough structural safety guideposts in order for that to be a safe thing to do for us. I'm gonna play Final Fantasy 15, and I think I'm gonna do a narrative dissection on it if it appeals to me. Holly, I think I said this already. Hopefully, whatever. Thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. Oh, also, the gameplay in Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, so much about Final Fantasy VII art was good. Honestly, it was just the narrative for me. But you can check out my Patreon if you want my full thoughts on, like, dissecting the narrative and explaining how I think that it kind of drags the entire game down, and basically the entire rest of the game would be amazing if they had solved some of the issues with the narrative. That's on my Patreon. For $2 per month, you can get access to all of my little Patreon videos, and I'm also going to be starting the book club back up at the $5 tier eventually this month. So that's a thing if you're interested in that. And also I offer writing consultations, all that kind of thing. Gotta plug myself every now and then. Oh, deserves, Metal Corpse. What does deserve even mean? Deserve is a word that I don't even... What is deserve? Let's try to be real. This has to be real. So open up and let me know just how you feel. When the stars kiss the sky. Yeah, honestly, I think that there's more value, personally, to be gained. This is my opinion. I think there's more value to be gained from remaking older Final Fantasy games that people aren't as fond of than remaking games that people are really fond of. Like, again, Final Fantasy VII-R. It's not that Final Fantasy VII-R is not cool. It's just also that I'm like, did I want this? Did I need this? Is this adding anything for me that, like, I didn't get out of the original Final Fantasy VII? No, not really for me. For other people it might, but for me, you know, whereas like Final Fantasy VIII, there's actual structural problems that I also talk about on my Patreon that you can check out for $2. There's actual structural problems that are preventing that game from being as great as it actually could have been. Like, Final Fantasy VIII is a flawed game, but it's because of how it was designed, and reshaping that now that they've seen, like, kind of the pitfalls of their decisions, they would be able to make a really great game. So it would go from being, like, a mediocre game to a really great game, rather than, like, a really great game to honestly, for Final Fantasy VII-R, not as great of a game for me. So I would rather keep the original. But that's me. I know that there's a lot of people out there who love Final Fantasy VII-R. I love Final Fantasy IX. I don't think Final Fantasy IX needs a remake. I would love to see it, but I don't think it needs it. Alright, bye, Blackguard. Thank you, Melia. I'm glad you enjoy it. I work hard on the Patreon. Yeah, God, because of the dialogue, the characters. Chase, I feel like in order for us to have a confidence motion, like, I would love that in our government, but in order for us to have it, we would need to, like, refine our education system to make sure we're not lying to people in certain states about how, like, the Civil War went and shit like that. Like, this is the problem with America, is that it's like, we can't currently trust our populace to be responsible with political decisions because we have a structural society where, like, education is not education in all the same places. People are taught lies in some places. Like, you're not allowed to teach about evolution in some places. And like, in some places, education's just critically underfunded, so people don't get to, like, learn as well as they should. And on top of that, we, like, completely cave and give way to corporations and advertisers to just fill our heads with literally whatever we want. Like, how in most countries it's illegal to have ads for medicine on the TV, because that's a weird thing to do. It's a weird thing to do. Americans don't think of it as weird, but it's weird. We shouldn't, like, it's weird. It's weird to sell a drug to the masses who might not need it, or who might be better suited by a different drug, and their doctor should be recommending that, not the TV. It's fine. It's fine. Dally Downey, thank you for following and showing your apprenticeship here. There's just so much in America. Put 11 on new consoles. Not that you were, like, telling us to do that, Chase. I just, like, God, I would love it if we could, but... What do I think of 14? I've enjoyed 14. I've never made it to the story parts that everybody says are actually good, so there's that. Some places it's underfunded. Well, I say some places it's underfunded because, like, even within cities, you have the rich people school and you have the non-rich people school. So, like, I feel like the schools that I grew up in, here's my privilege. The schools that I grew up in, because my parents paid for a house in the nice side of town so that I could go to the nice schools. Thank you, Mom and Dad, for that, because that was rough for them to do. But, like, my schools growing up, we had enough money. We had enough computers, we had enough things for all the kids. We had great teachers. The other schools in my town, underfunded, not enough computers, everything was breaking, not enough, like, adults to watch over the kids, like, just literally the building was messy and run down. Like, so, like, within towns there's more better funded and just, like, completely underfunded for no reason schools. Prodigal Sorcerer TV! What? Can I be on your TV show? I want to be a Prodigal Sorcerer. Thank you for following. Enjoy your apprenticeship here. Hi from Paris! Hello! I am so bad at speaking French, and I won't subject you to that, but hello. Beef barley burger stew. Ooh, sounds savory. You're here for the music? Enjoy the music. You can get the playlist there if you want it. Yeah. Well, like, cause, like, we all know that there are, like, there just are those schools that have, like, cutting edge, state of the art, literally everything, because, like, the New York elite or whatever go there. Like, we know there are schools that, like, Harvard has enough funding. Like, we know that there's schools that have enough funding out there. You're free to leave if you want to, Joel. Don't even worry about it. I'm not here to force people to... I don't care. One of the things that I failed to mention at the beginning of the stream, but I talked a bit about it on the Patreon actually. This is a personal thing, but I feel like it's important. I feel like it's useful to talk about anyways. I'm gonna be moving away from being an influencer. You know, August of last year, I had lost my job, so I was like, I'm gonna try to go into streaming full time. I want to see if I can make this thing happen. And what I learned from that decision is that I love streaming. I hate influencing. Like, I hate being a paid influencer. I don't like, that's just, it just goes against like everything I believe in. It doesn't feel good. It feels like I'm helping exploit people. Like, I don't like it. So I'm gonna be taking a really hard curve away from that for the stream. And I don't think it's honestly gonna change that much about the stream, except that I'm going to be caring less about like whatever I need to do to achieve growth. Like, there are things that you need to do on Twitch to properly grow. You need to stream as many times a week as you can, but at least 3. You need to post on other social medias because there's no discoverability on Twitch. You need to like network, you need to play games with people, you need to like work with sponsors. There's all this stuff. And I care more about like streaming and like the community and like playing games and like sharing my thoughts and hearing your guys' thoughts and having discussions. I care way more about that. So yeah, that's just gonna be a thing. I don't know if it's gonna affect your guys' experience of the stream that much, except that like I might not stream as frequently overall, because like I won't be taking on as many guest appearances. I might cut down like which days I might move around which days I stream and cut down like the overall number of days I stream depending on how I'm feeling, like that kind of thing. I'm just gonna care less about what I need to do to succeed, which is how I ran the stream previously, before last August. So again, not that different, except that like from all of my efforts, a lot of you joined that weren't here before. So like you discovered me because I worked so hard to increase my discoverability. So it does suck that like there's not going to be as much discoverability out there, because I would, you know, I like meeting new people. I like meeting new kind people anyways. So yeah, that's just the update. I guess share the stream to your friends if you want to, but yeah, it's just not what I'm here for. Zach, woo! 50% societal issues, 50% Final Fantasy. The part I stopped at has been severely cut back to make it less I know, right? Oh, I know. And I know that if I played Final Fantasy XIV again, I'd enjoy it. I know I would. That's why I can't. I'll play Final Fantasy XIV again when I buy a house. How about that? Because then, like, what do I need to save money for? Retirement? Ha 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 ha. I prefer to influence on my own terms. Be a good influence. Oh no! Chip, I believe that you've learned. You can overcome. You can avoid the bad crowds yourself. Well, I mean, if you guys want to be influencers, but I mean more influencer in the way that like companies want to pay me to offer you guys products, and that's, I don't care. Unless like I really believe in the company or its products. Like, if Marvelous Entertainment, who makes Story of Seasons / Harvest Moon, wants to sponsor me and give me stuff so I play their games and pay me, yes, I will absolutely do that. Also, if any tech companies want to send me any cool new tech, Apple, if you're out there, if you want to send me some cool new tech, that would be cool. But like, not the kind of thing where I'm trying to sell things to you guys on behalf of other companies. don't like it. Yeah, I gotta do what I gotta do. For the rampant corporate influencing, I know. Yeah, probably what all this just means is that everybody's gonna be happier because I'm not gonna be like pitching you stuff. I'm gonna sell you guys stuff, but I'm just gonna sell you my own stuff. So I'm gonna be like, please play my games. Sub to the Patreon, sub to the archive channel. No, that's kind of it. I don't plan on using Twitter that much. I don't plan on using TikTok that much anymore. Though you can follow me there because I will retweet stuff that I do when I'm live. So like if like Twitch notifications aren't reliable for you, you can follow me on Twitter, and maybe that will be easier for you to get the notifications. But you know, I'm not trying to turn myself into a multimedia economy. I'm not trying to turn myself into like a famous brand influencer who sells things. That's not what I came here to do. I thought that maybe... I mean, I needed to try it in order to understand how it works and how it felt and whether there was room for me to do what I wanted to do within that space, and there's not, so I'm out. I drew you in! Boo! I claps boos. House repairs. Oh, right. Oh. Well, that's fine. Stream sponsored by Pepsi. This stream is probably gonna go for another like 15 minutes. Probably. I'm gonna end there. Sure, yeah. Send me free stuff. I'm not gonna complain about that. Have you tried Mary Kate? Yeah, honestly, for me, it's hard to separate the performative aspect of being on social media from being like a paid influencer because they're kind of integral. And I enjoy like performing on Twitch, which like it is a kind of performance because like it's not normal to sit in your room and talk at a camera for hours, even if there are other people on the other side of it. Like where I like control the conversation. Like this isn't normal. This isn't normal. But I don't know. I just don't care anymore. like I just don't care. Like I think to be completely honest and open with you guys, I think that like I let my financial anxiety dictate more of my behavior than my actual values did, and I have sympathy for myself in that situation. Like I've been through some pretty scary bits of like poverty and ill health combined with poverty. I understand why I get really scared of that, and I understand why it feels better for me sometimes to just to try to make money in as many ways as I can, basically, because I'm scared. But I don't think operate it. Like, why would I operate from there when that's not what I came here to do, and that's not fun, and it feels so gross to me. Not judging anybody else who does it. It's just not me. So I let my financial anxiety overtake who I am and why I'm here, and so. Thankfully, taking all that time away from the stream made that very clear to me when I was like, which are the parts of my job that don't make me happy? And it's like, oh, it's all of this other shit that has nothing to do with the part that I like. So that makes sense. I'll just focus on the part that I like. Raid Shadow Legends. I still have the opportunity to do a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship. So if at any point any of you guys think it would be fun and an ironic way to do that, then we can. In different sides of wanting to grow the stream. Oh, I'll definitely check out that video then. I always appreciate hearing like other content creators who've like been through this. Understand things? I'm not gonna make a conglomerate. Well, maybe if I get rich enough. Yeah, Crethian, I fully and completely understand that, because that's the same reason that I chose not to go into acting, because I couldn't personally live that lifestyle, because all of the things that you need to do that are incorporated into the lifestyle to be successful, I think would go against who I am. And like I sat down and I thought about it, and like knowing how, like having seen just a smidgen of how the acting industry chews people up and spits them out from my own experiences being a professional actress once upon a blue moon. Professional actress. I did a couple of commercials in the movie. And some stage shows and shit. Anyways, but like having been there and like seeing what was actually needed, I think I could have been really successful, but I think I would have lost myself in achieving that success. So I would love to still like be able to act in some other way, but God, good luck for me there. Oh, the elevator? Oh, good! I'm glad that you enjoy it. See, it's fine for me to suggest you guys stuff that I actually like and am using. I didn't get paid for recommending you Elevate. Hey, Crash, hi! I am back. Thank you. I thank you guys for being happy that I'm back too. I'm getting all these warm feelings now. The whole world, honestly. Oh, yes, the Fold Army. Go vote for me on, like, the awards show Fold Army and show them the power of the Fold Army. Yeah, that kind of thing. It would be fun in an ironic way, yes, please. Does it pay well? I think it can't. It's like, oh wait, I can't actually tell you how it works. So I was like about to explain. I'm like, yeah, so here's how it could pay well depending on how into it people get. So if we wanted to do an ironic, because like here's the thing about Raid Shadow Legends, I've never actually checked like what the game is about. Because, like, I've seen ads for it everywhere, but, like, the ads are always misleading, and I'm always like, what is that game? So I'm curious. I'm not going to play it. I have done this thing. Those of you who know that I'm an avid mobile gamer, I have done this thing where I've taken off all of the non-Apple Arcade apps on my phone and iPad, specifically because all the Apple Arcade apps are free, and they're generally designed in a non-addictive way. Like, they're designed in an ethical way. They're not designed to get more money or keep you glued to the screen. And I was like, hey, maybe I should stop spending money on games. I'll just switch all my games over to the free ones and to the ones that are, like, not exploiting the dopamine pathways, because I wanted to see if swapping over to something that wasn't, like, getting my brain to be like, dopamine all the time impacted my attention span and, like, how I looked at games, how I designed games, all that kind of thing. So now I'm just playing Apple Arcade games because they're all free. Well, they're $5 a month, but they're free, basically. Hey, Fiddler! Thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. One big Raid Shadow Legends ad. Sure. We can do it. We can do it for the lulz. G-Fuel. G-Fuel. Oh, Sunshine, thank you. Thank you for saying that. I tend to think of myself as not a great actress, but thank you. I think I had potential. Yes, acting really messes people up a lot. Especially, well, I guess I don't know that much about the specific challenges that men face. I only know the specific challenges that women face, and it's scary out there. Secret backstory, yeah. It's in the Secret Society channel on the Discord if you want to find the name of the movie and watch it. It's a journey. Cheers, Mysterio. I don't know if the game's any good. This is why I kind of want to know. But hey, listen. For literally no reason, if we're gonna do this Raid Shadow Legends fake stream, don't download it before we do it. For no reason. For unrelated reasons. It doesn't matter. What I said carries no weight. It's such a meme, I want to know. which made you laugh every time. My friend watched Shadow and Bone and said it was really good. Oh, I'm so far behind. I like scrolled down in the chat. I thought I was caught up to the chat. I imagine that Raid Shadow Legends must make a ton of money from that game, which must mean that it's a really... Yeah, gotcha exploitative game if they make that much money from it. Get that bread. Yeah, I'll put up a poll in the Discord, probably. I'll put up a poll in the Discord asking about the Raid Shadow Legends thing so we can get a consensus on that. Because if you guys are down to just like check it out and see it, I also would be down. I have so much unsatisfied curiosity about that game, but like I'm literally never going to download it unless it's for myself out of a selfish, in this selfish way. I can admit that about myself. It's a secret hunt. It's a secret hunt. It used to be more difficult to find, it's true. We're not just joking around anymore. Oh wait, were we joking? I honestly can't tell. That's why I was gonna have the poll. It doesn't have. Okay. I couldn't tell if you guys were serious. We don't have to do it. I don't care. I am still very curious about that game though. But also I don't want to play any game that's gonna... I don't want to play any game that's gonna risk getting people into a money leech. Wait, now you're telling me yes, you're telling me now, you're telling me yes again. What's going on? Oh, okay. Lots of people were serious. $85,000. Shit. Well, if any of you guys are gonna join me on this Raid Shadow Legends journey, you're not a... Never mind, I wasn't gonna... What? What? NDAs are wild. $3 million a day? Huh. I wish I made $3 million a day. I gotta make a mobile app. No, I'm not gonna do that. I've always wanted to make some kind of mobile app idle game, but the thing is, if I was gonna make an idle game, I would make it so satisfying to play, and then the only thing on there would be pay like $5 to not have ads, and that would be the only way that the game would make money. And that's probably not a sustainable... That's probably not sustainable considering we'd have to update the app for every iOS update, so. I am caught up. Yeah, I'm gonna check out the new Pokemon Snap. Oh! Hey! It's almost time to end the stream. Aw. I'm sad. I'm sad it's almost time to end the stream. But I have to end it now or else I'm not gonna have any energy for Ruby's birthday tomorrow. So yeah, we gotta bring it down. Would everybody like to share one good thing that happened to them today or one good thing they're looking forward to tomorrow? Oh, everyone's sad. I feel you. And that is why we sometimes have to go the subscription route. Yep, exactly, Chip. Named Kara. Oh my god, the signs. Damasan, it's the truth. Glad you got to see me. I'm glad I streamed today. I was really nervous ahead of time, but I was also really missing. This stream, all of this means so much to me. And like does bring me great joy and meaning and purpose. It really does. Even though it's just, silly Twitch stream playing games on the internet, you know? Even though it's just that. It does mean a lot to me. and I care about it a lot, and I thank you guys for being awesome and also so supportive of me. And yeah, I don't know. I'm having very warm feelings in my heart. You're getting your second vaccination tomorrow! Hell yeah. So long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen. Goodbye. Friend got you. Ooh! Oh, for D&D 5e? Are you gonna DM? You already DM, don't you? Or do you play? Oh, God. Oh, it's been a while since I looked into the D&D chat. on the Discord. You finally got your 2 shots plus 2 weeks. Hey! Oh, I'm so glad you got to see your family, Tim. Oh my God, that's wonderful. I will not see my family, but at the end of this month, I will be caught up to you, and I'm excited. Fantastic meeting with the group. Ooh, The Artist's Way. Ooh, oh really? Oh, The Artist's Way? That sounds like a book that I want to read. BRB, looking it up. The Artist's Way. A spiritual path to higher creativity. Oh, sure. Yeah, I'll check it out. Oh, yeah. They already made me cry, Cece. It has been a whole month. Ah. Oh, yeah, the landlords. But there's less stress. Ooh, and you're gonna go for owning a home. That's the dream, Crethian. You can do it. You can do it. Well, I'm glad that everything and ended up well. And also, hell yeah, more emotes, Crethian. Someday I will follow you. Someday we will be partnered. I'm sure it will someday happen. Thank you, sorry. Making new sales, finishing up the overhaul on your main product's website, seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. That is some very, very, very good news. I hope that someday, Chip, I want you to take a whole week off. But like a real one. Where you're like off the grid and can no longer be contacted. Oh. By getting used to your new health level. Getting used to being alone can do so much, I think. If I'm understanding that right. That's awesome. That's awesome. That's such a huge achievement to get energy back. By figuring yourself out. That's super great. That's super great. Yeah, and being alone, yeah, you're right. It's surprising how much being alone can teach you about your own mental energy. Ooh, good luck, JL. That sounds so fun. Oh my God. Roni, that sounds wonderful. Both for your daughter and for the two of you. I am absolutely positive. You know, no shade to your daughter, but babies, children. A fun week in the Gus Bag. Happy early birthday, Gus Bag! Ooh, and a big birthday. Your first ever therapy session. That is awesome. That is awesome. It's super normal to be scared. Generally, first therapy sessions are a lot of getting to know you and setting goals. So don't worry. I doubt your therapist is gonna dive into anything really intense on the first day. So good job though. I hope it goes really well. Always remember you can find a new therapist if you don't like the one that you're currently with. Yes, will do, Tim. You took the entire weekend off? Felt weird. Clearly that shows there's a problem I need to address. Chip, yeah. me taking time off and realizing that I can't completely relax was the big moment of me being oh. Thank you, Crethian. Blackguard, we're about to end the stream. We're doing our good things. Waterga! I certainly need to drink a lot more water. Let me find who we're going to raid. I want you guys to know that Bacon Mom is now partnered. So, Bacon Mom, who we love, has achieved her goal, and I'm so proud of her. Honestly. Oh, this could be fun. Oh, this sounds fun. Here, let me check and see. Oh, this is wonderful. Okay. So we are going to be rating. Ooh, oh, we're double rating. Hell yeah. We're going to be rating another Rainbow Arcade streamer named Sinziek. That is their username. I don't know how to pronounce it, to be honest with you. Sinziek. Whose pronouns are, I believe. Let me check and make. Let me grab those pronouns for you. But they are playing Final Fantasy X. And this might be their first time playing. I'm not sure, so go in cautiously with the with potential spoilers just in case. Where are we? He, they. Pronouns are he, they. So that's the situation. But yes, we're gonna be rating Sinziek, who is playing Final Fantasy X. Sinziek is a member of the Rainbow Arcade and on the website team, so helps manage the website team with me in the Rainbow Arcade. And also is black. So supporting black and queer streamers is what we're doing today. We're heading on in there. Cautiously but with energy. You went to get your back pain fixed. You feel great. Oh, good. Hell yeah. You got a new German Shepherd puppy? I am so jealous. I'm so jealous. A whole week disconnected? I'm not trying to kill Chip. I want to hard reset. I want the equivalent of unplugging the computer. but like he would still be alive. There'd be like a battery in the, it's fine. So yeah, let's do it. Everybody, get hype with your chariot dances. Whoa. Oh my God, Nightbot doesn't have a, ignore Nightbot. Get hype with your chariot dances. We're gonna go in there. We're gonna spread some joy and positivity into the world because that is what the world needs. We're gonna go in there and bring light and joy to Sin's day and make sure they're having a great one. So that's what we're gonna do. Get hype. And thank you so much for coming. I appreciate this. I will let you guys know when I next stream. I am glad to be back. Thank you so much. This was really wonderful. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Goodbye. Rating in 5, 4,
I'll support you.
3. Oh, thank you for gifting 3 months of a sub to Nightbot. That's so kind of you, Melia. Thank you. 3, 2, 1. Goodbye. Did it go through? Yes.